am, guys, if you're missing me.
Speaking of the Magic, they're having a great time this summer league. What did you say they were?
3-1.
3-1.
Yeah,
That's pretty
awesome.
good. All right.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a lot going on today, shaping up to be a pretty busy day, and so we appreciate you joining us. We just want to let you know some of what's going to be coming up for you today. 1 o'clock, there's going to be a White House press briefing. We know that likely won't start at 1 o'clock, but in that 1 o'clock hour, we will hear from Karoline Leavitt, who has the White House press secretary. She's been on maternity leave. This is her first briefing back. She is going to speak and answer questions just hours before President Trump is set to deliver a primetime address to the nation. That is scheduled for 9 o'clock tonight. He's expected to talk about election security and some other things as well. So we will get you to the White House for that press briefing coming up a little bit later this afternoon. Let me give you a live look right now as well in Miami. You can see the Kaseya Center in the background there. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to hear from Giannis being introduced as the newest member of the Miami Heat. So we will hear from him and other team officials at that news conference. We will get you live there for that. We are also going to be previewing the Starship launch, another Starship launch tonight in Texas. This, of course, is that huge SpaceX ship that is likely going to be moving here to Florida Space Coast. It's had some issues in the past. What can we expect to see tonight? What will we be watching for? We'll be talking about that. Some new Halloween Horror Nights news as well to talk about. And I also want to let you know that coming up in just about 2 hours from now, so around 1 o'clock, I'm going to hear from David Steele, the longtime legendary play-by-play voice of the Orlando Magic, retiring after 37 years, and he's going to join us live in studio here. We'll get to talk with him about his career. We'll get to talk with him about what's next for him in retirement. So we are excited for that. Can't wait to bring you that conversation coming up live in just a couple of hours. A couple of other things we are monitoring right now, getting ready to hear from Alex Vindman, Democratic Senate candidate, holding a virtual news conference talking about the state of the campaign. And then on Capitol Hill, the Florida House Speaker, Danny Perez, Republican from Miami, is set to testify in a hearing where a Senate Foreign Relations Committee is going to be considering and discussing his nomination and a number of other nominations as well. You may remember President Trump nominated Speaker Perez to be his ambassador to Brazil. So that hearing coming up in just a little bit, and we will listen in on that. So a lot going on here today on this Thursday, and also some things that we are watching in the tropics. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, I know we saw some more showers and storms yesterday. We're also watching a couple of things in the tropics.
Yes.
What's the latest with that?
Yeah, so there are two separate areas of development. Both of them are likely, or unlikely, I should say, to develop into much of anything. One, though, the closest to Florida, obviously, is the one we're really keeping a close eye on. So we're going to talk about that in a moment because it will impact our forecast as we head into the weekend. Even if it doesn't become an official named system, it'll still be an area of low pressure bringing rain. So we'll get into that momentarily. But this is a view of downtown Orlando. I wanted to show this one because skies are a little bluer today because we're starting to see that dust, that Saharan dust, diminish just a little bit. However, chances of showers and storms today specifically are still going to be on the lower end of the threshold, 40% chance, so just a little below normal. So when it comes to about noon today, we will be expecting a couple of isolated downpours kind of here and there popping up and bubbling up. That's all very normal. We're going to see that dominant west coast sea breeze today interacting with the Atlantic. As those collide, it helps to spark additional showers and storms. It looks like it's not going to happen though until closer to say maybe 4 and 5 o'clock today. Doesn't mean we won't see some showers and storms before then. Just looks like the bulk of the rain is not going to be until, say, 4 or 5 p.m., mainly to the east of the Orlando metro. Again, yesterday I felt kind of bad because it looked like Seminole County right over top of parts of Lake Mary and Sanford. That's where we had just a couple of showers. They had a tough time making it very far east, but today I think we'll have a better opportunity for that to happen and take place. And again, Volusia, Seminole, Orange, especially eastern Orange County to Brevard and eastern Osceola County, it looks like where we'll have the highest chance of those showers and storms popping up, and wouldn't be shocked if we did have an isolated strong storm or two. We're not outlooked for severe weather today, but this is pretty normal for us to see during the rainy season, and with this kind of setup, which is a rainy season setup, where we have some pockets of heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds at times. So wouldn't be too shocked by that. So just be mindful. We'll likely see those showers and storms continue through about 7, 8 o'clock, and then closer to 9, 10 o'clock tonight, we'll see things wrap up and fade away. High temperatures, very similar to yesterday too, mid-90s for most of us inland, so 94 to be exact in Orlando and Bithlo, 93 in Sanford to DeLand, 93 in the Leesburg area to the Villages. We'll be in the low 90s at the coast, so at the beaches, a high of 90 in Daytona to 91 in New Smyrna and 92 in Cocoa Beach today. So let's talk about those changes, because as we head into the weekend, that's where we start to see some shifts happening, and that's even going to be happening starting tomorrow afternoon and evening. We look like we're going to have a higher coverage, so more showers and storms forming, likely after lunchtime. I think that the peak's going to be happening between about 1 and 2 o'clock, all the way through maybe 8, 9 o'clock, so again through about sunset. It's not going to be all-day rain, and that's true for the weekend, but looking at some of the more recent data, I will say it looks like maybe Sunday morning we could see some more waves of rain kind of ahead of schedule. That's just been a couple of models, so that'll be a trend we're watching closely as we're starting to get more data, what we call high resolution data, which is more kind of the fine-tuned, better data. But this is all based on a system that hasn't formed yet, so there's still a lot of questions. Regardless, 70% chance of rain Saturday and Sunday, likely afternoon and evening rain, especially for Saturday. Now, we talked about those two blobs that are forming, or chances of development, I should say, that could show the potential of something forming or developing in the tropics. One of those being off the western coast of Africa. That's got a 10% chance of development. Not very impressive. This one's going to work into an environment that is not going to be as favorable for development, meaning it's likely going to fall apart. There's some Saharan dust, some wind shear, all of these things don't really work in its favor when it comes to trying to develop into something more organized, like a named system. But the one that we're really watching and what we've been talking about for the last couple of days is this one that's draped over areas of the northeastern Gulf, across Florida, and into the Atlantic, just outside the Carolinas. This is where we'll have what looks to be an area of low pressure forming somewhere in the northeastern Gulf. Where it forms, how long it spins over water versus the proximity to land are two huge factors. And if this develops into anything more substantial or organized, being maybe a tropical depression, I don't think a tropical storm is likely. However, I can't say that the chances are completely zero. If it were to form, the name would be Bertha, and it would be very brief, short-lived, and very weak. So it would move in and out pretty quickly. As it moves over land, of course, that's where it would deteriorate some, and some models are even suggesting something moving off the coast of Florida and towards the Carolinas. This is all, several days out still, but these are all trends we have to look closely at. But regardless, if we have a weak tropical storm or tropical depression, or even just an area of low pressure forming, still looks like our impacts are going to be the same, especially for central Florida. We'll see a rainmaker, maybe a couple of strong storms. Even, I would say, tomorrow you might not notice a huge difference in what would be kind of an average rainy season day for us with showers and storms. It's just kind of the timing on Sunday that we've got to watch closely for. But regardless, still a low chance of development, only 20%, because the area of low pressure has not even formed yet. So this is all very speculative. There's still a lot we've got to get through when it comes to, fine-tuning the details of the forecast. But that's basically what we know so far. Now, rain is, I really think, going to be the big takeaway from this. Highest chances and totals will exist near the Tampa Bay area, even just north of Tampa, kind of close to that nature coast. That's where we could see totals as high as 4 and 5 inches. Now, we're talking over a short span of time, so that's why it's significant. And this is an area that actually does need rain, so it will be beneficial. for the parts of Florida because they're still in a pretty decent drought. The rest of Central Florida, though, looks like we'll be in a more of a sweet spot of about 2 to 3 inches. I think is going to be where we see most of our totals range from. And then also maybe some isolated pockets of close to 4 inches, especially where we have those repeated rounds of downpours, thunderstorms. We know that can trek over the same area over and over. So that'll be something we're definitely watching out for. So just be on the lookout this weekend. I would say especially that's where we have the highest chances of showers and storms taking place. We mentioned that wave off the western coast of Africa. Looks like it's going to move into just that less favorable environment. So some drier air with Saharan dust, the wind shear. Unlikely development. It's a kind of a measly 10% chance at this time. So if that changes, we will of course let you know. But as of right now, it looks like it's going to kind of stay out of our hair. It's more so we're focusing on that one closer to home. And those are the more common systems too for this time of year. We call them homegrown systems, meaning they typically form in and around, say, leftover old fronts, where we can see them kind of spawn quickly and close to land, which makes them really hard to forecast as a whole. So that's why we talk a lot about them. But a big takeaway, heavier rain, especially for Saturday afternoon, maybe some showers and storms sneaking in a little ahead of schedule on Sunday morning, 70% chance. So there will be breaks in the rain. I don't think it's going to be an all-day washout for the weekend. We'll still see some moisture lingering, so high chances of showers and storms for Monday, 60% chance, and still pretty hot and humid too. So we need the rain. We'll look at maybe an isolated strong storm or two, but just be on the lookout this weekend.
All right. It sounds like some good advice there. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson. Thanks for joining us. We will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Happening right now on Capitol Hill, Senator Rick Scott introducing Danny Perez, the Florida House Speaker, a Republican from Miami, who has been nominated by President Trump to be ambassador for Brazil. This is a nomination hearing. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Danny is an American citizen of Cuban descent. He graduated from Christopher Columbus High School, a highly regarded all-boys Catholic school. He earned his bachelor's degree from Florida State University and his law degree from Loyola University New Orleans College of Law. In 2017, Danny won a special election to fill a vacant seat in the Florida legislature. For the last 2 years, he's had the opportunity to be the Florida Speaker of the House. He's served a consequential term as Speaker. I have never seen a Florida House Speaker build deeper relationships with his members or do more to empower the people he leads. The unwavering loyalty of his House members is a testament to Speaker Perez's integrity and character. Danny has been passionate about several issues over the years, ranging from higher education to helping the development disabled. but I've been most impressed with how Danny has changed the fiscal conversation in Tallahassee. In the year since my time as governor ended, the budget of the state of Florida has grown at an alarming rate. Danny was the first major leader in Tallahassee to say enough is enough and insist on fiscal discipline. I've known Danny for many years. Danny is committed to doing a good job in everything he does. Let me close by sharing the man I come to know. Danny listens when people talk. He is always excited to meet new people and learn new things. He never allows himself to be outworked, and he strives every day to do right for his family, for his community, and for his state. Brazil is an incredibly important and strategic nation, economically and geographically, and I know Danny will do a great job and go above and beyond to make everyone on this committee in this country proud of his service as a U.S. ambassador. I fully encourage all my colleagues to favorably report him.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Before we turn to my colleague, Senator Rosen, for her opening remarks, I'd like to just begin by again thanking all of our nominees and their families for your willingness to serve the United States in these important roles at this very challenging moment. From Washington to posts around the world, your work will be central to advancing America's priorities, strengthening our partnerships, and ensuring U.S. diplomacy produces results for the American people. Mr. Blum, since Hamas's brutal terror attack against Israel on October 2023, the Middle East and North Africa region have undergone profound change.
So that confirmation hearing, there are a number of nominees all being considered at the same time. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled. We will bring you some of the statements and some of the questions for Daniel Perez. You heard the introduction from Senator Rick Scott. We will go ahead and continue to monitor this hearing live on Capitol Hill, and we'll bring you more updates and more interesting things that are happening concerning Daniel Perez. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday. Another Starship launch set for this evening in Texas. The launch window opens at 6:45 p.m. And this is another test flight launching from Boca Chica, Texas. And so we have talked before about Starship and SpaceX's plans to move that here to Florida. So every time one of these launches, we watch it closely. There have been some issues in the past, hopefully starting to put some of those behind them. But joining us live now to talk about what we can expect tonight, what we are hoping to learn from this, and a number of other things as well. We've got Ken Kramer, who's the managing editor and the founder of Space Up Close, joining us live now via Zoom. And Ken, always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Happy to talk to you and your audience.
So Starship launch, another launch today. This is the biggest, the most powerful rocket going to be launched again from Texas tonight. What is SpaceX looking for and hoping to learn from this launch tonight?
Well, they're hoping to make some progress towards eventual orbital operations. They still have a long way to go. So this is going to be largely a repeat of the last flight, 12, with some improvements to fix what didn't work the last time. So as you mentioned, the launch window opens at 6:45. It goes about 90 minutes. They're stacking the rocket right now. We'll see if it's ready. Things can always change at the last minute, so your viewers are aware. And, the weather and the technical issues have to cooperate. And I should say that I'll be trying to watch it for your viewers. If you want to try and see it, look south. It'll be low in the horizon. And, it looks like we're going to have maybe some stormy weather this afternoon, so I don't know if it'll be visible. But I did see a previous one, probably Flight 11 from here, and it was really low and it was darker, so it was easier to see. So we'll see if it's visible. And I should also mention that it is flying more south than in the past. It's flying south of Cuba instead of north of Cuba. So that'll make it a little bit harder to see, a little bit lower in the horizon. But yeah, and so there's some major changes too. They're launching some Starlink operational satellites as opposed to just prototypes and dummies. And I think, as I told Esther Bauer of your station over the weekend, I think this is misdirected, wasted effort. They should be focusing on the human lander for NASA. Starlinks are great for their bottom line, but you know what? They have a contract to get our astronauts to the South Pole of the moon before the Chinese, and I think that's what they should be focused on. And unfortunately, in this flight, there's really nothing there. Beyond the last flight, they have only some openings for the propellant, for the cryogenic propellant transfer there, but they're not actually doing any cryogenic propellant transfer, and that is what critical has to be done to get us to the moon. So I think they should focus on that.
So then with this Starship, you talked about trying to build on some of what happened last time. The launch was successful. The ship landed in the ocean, but the booster landing was a failure. There have also been a number of previous failures and things that we have tracked, including seeing some of that debris here in Florida from previous explosions of the ship. So do you think some of those major issues are behind SpaceX? Do you think they've solved those and are now just working on tweaking maybe some of the other things here?
They've solved a lot of things with the heat shield. They do have a lot more to do. One of those images you showed might have been from the Starship 8 flight when I was on a cruise and I was talking to you guys live about it, and we saw it blow up.
Yeah.
And that was pretty dramatic. And, it hits. This is an important point because the debris fell on Florida. It fell on Caribbean nations. People on other cruise ships in the Caribbean saw this debris raining down, didn't know what it is. And so that just highlights why, and there were ground stops in the airports too, highlights why before they bring it here, they need to perfect it in Texas. It is still a danger. Yes, they've made progress. But the first stage landing did not work. They have recovered one in the past and reused it. This is now Starship version 3, but on the last flight, The engines, after the stage separation, it flipped 90 degrees more than it should have. The engines didn't relight properly, and so it crashed into the ocean. The ship did land successfully, the upper stage in the Indian Ocean, but it also had a problem with its engines. So they got a lot of work to do. So yes, they have made progress. They have made significant progress, and it's safer than it was before. But, you know, when a first stage lands off the coast and blows up, imagine what that will be like here for a rocket that's twice as powerful as Project Artemis and more than twice as powerful as the Space Shuttle and the Apollo Saturn V rocket. So, you know, people here have to pay attention that this explosions don't happen here. Everything must be done to fix the rocket in Texas before it comes here, because, you know, that's near the Mexican border and areas that are not highly populated. We've got hundreds of thousands of people here on the Florida Space Coast that could be impacted by this potentially. That's why they have flight termination systems. So, yeah, they made progress, but they have a lot more work to do. And as far as I'm concerned, they should focus on the human lander. That's what they have a contract from NASA for.
So how does this Starship then kind of fit into the bigger picture here and the future of where we're going with space? Why are they doing more of these tests right now, even with, like you said, the contract for that lander? What is the Starship role, and how are these tests setting up for the future of space? How does that kind of fit in?
Well, these tests are all suborbital, first of all. So none of them have been in orbit. So it's going halfway around the Earth, the upper stage, and then ditching into the Indian Ocean. So they need to demonstrate orbital flight, first of all. Then they need to demonstrate in-flight refueling. That's what Project Artemis needs. So how important is it? It is critically important that this succeed. It's important for SpaceX as a company that it succeed. It's important for our country that it succeeds to get our astronauts to the moon before the Chinese land on the moon and claim it for themselves. For the company, SpaceX, you know, they have bet everything on Starship, all right? So for them, it needs to work. And I think, you know, eventually they'll get it to work. But they have a long haul to do. And you know, they're building new pads, and they can build all the pads they want, but until they perfect the rocket, they can't launch it from here. So, and they're building a gigabay to assemble it. And you showed some pictures of that a few minutes ago. So that's, you know, that's all fine and that's all well. You can build all the factories you want, but until you perfect that rocket, you don't have anything. And so they've made great progress, but they have great strides still to do. And, you know, talking about them as a commercial company, you know, they had the biggest IPO, initial public offering in history a few weeks ago, right? And the stock skyrocketed. Well, you know what it is today? I looked it up to check it out. It's below the IPO price of $135 yesterday and just closed right around that price. So anybody who bought that stock has lost money because many of them bought it at $150, what it opened up as, and even much higher into over $200 a share. And they have all lost money. So, you know, space is a risky business. We need space. We need it here on the Space Coast, but we need to have these companies operate safely and securely and reproducibly and reliably. That was just demonstrated with the Blue Origin explosion, the biggest explosion in U.S. history of a rocket on a launch pad, and that is 1/4 of the size of the Starship. And, you know, I was on live and other that night when it happened with your ladies in the evening broadcast, and I've been on with you and other reporters in the meantime, and Blue Origin's making progress. But how important is it? Super important. And it's important Blue Origin get on the stick and get their rocket running too, because they are also building a human lander for NASA. And NASA's got to pick between SpaceX and Blue Origin, one or the other, for the landing on Artemis 4 sometime in 2028. And then NASA needs both of them to launch prototypes next year for Artemis 3, whenever that might happen, mid, late, probably not until late in the year. And SpaceX is behind NASA, to talk about the bigger picture, what you asked me about. I mean, SpaceX is behind Blue Origin because their Starship, they don't have even a cabin yet for the astronauts, okay? Blue Origin, they do. And so it's a prototype for both of them, the capsule area for the astronauts. But the Artemis 3 Orion will dock with both of them over about a 2-week-long mission. And for Blue Origin, the astronauts will enter into that Blue Origin cabin, the lunar lander. But they're not going to do that for SpaceX, okay? Because they haven't got the work done. That's why I say, again, they need to get on the stick, SpaceX, and build that human lander, okay? And that's the bottom line. So their whole company depends on it, and we want them to succeed, but they've got to focus on safety and reliability and getting the job done for NASA and the country. So lots of progress, but a lot of work to do.
Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close. Always appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
All right. Good. I'm glad I got all that in.
Ken, thanks.
All right, thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, Ken, we are.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let's talk some theme parks here and some Universal news, including some news that just came out in the last, hour or so about Halloween Horror Nights, and a little bit more of an idea of what we can expect coming up this fall. Actually, just about a month away from it now. So I've got Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info. I've also got Matt Prevor. You know him on social media as @Speculation Matt, HHN Speculation Matt. And Theron, thanks for joining us here today.
Excited to be here.
Yeah, so let's start with the news that just came out this morning, because we are learning that killer clowns from outer space are coming to the streets of Halloween Horror Nights. What do we know here?
Well, they have been here before. In 2018 and 2019, we had the Killer Clowns. They first had a scare zone. They were so loved that in 2019, they got their own house, and now they're coming back yet again for a scare zone. I personally love them. They're a little wacky, they're a little weird, but they definitely fit the vibes of Halloween Horror Nights, and I think fans are just excited to have a little bit of weirdness back, because Halloween Horror Nights is not solely just being scary. There's a lot into it, and there's a lot about like the vibes and enjoying the space, and I think they added such an enjoyable space. I'm excited for this to come back.
Yeah, we've learned a lot about some of the things that are coming, but still some details to kind of be ironed out here. Still things that we don't know, Matt, about what to expect.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with today's announcement. They did say that more details will be revealed later on. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. As for the rest of our scare zones, we are starting to see a little bit more construction taking place around the park, especially in that Hollywood section. They just announced the other day the Scare Zone Sideshow of Decay. But we saw the stage that they put up there, that clown structure that we talked about on my last visit here. They're doing a lot of great work, and it's great to see. But yeah, there's still a few more sections of the park that we don't quite know what's coming yet. Construction is taking place. I'm out there every day to check it out. So I'm seeing this thing come to life as it goes. But yeah, we have more scare zones to be announced, as well as some more houses coming. So hopefully we get that information here soon.
Yeah, still much more to come on that. Now, we did also learn this week a little bit more about fast passes, and Universal kind of handling some of these things a little bit differently this year. So what are some of the changes coming to the passes and what we can expect with that with Halloween Horror Nights?
So it is normal every single year that they are going to sell with their frequent fear passes and their rush of fear. Those always come later, and I feel like it's a normal thing every year for people to be like, when are they going to sell them? When are they going to sell them? And then they always do. But the big change this year is that you can no longer buy them with Express. So that is what's going to allow you to skip the line, not entirely, but it's definitely going to take your wait time down. And that's something that fans have had for years and years and years, and the price has just gone up and up and up, and it has gotten to kind of an enormous level. This year, for the first time, Universal is saying we are not selling that pass. So you can still get a frequent fear, you can still visit on multiple days, but you don't get the Express included. What they are going to have is their premium Scream Nights, which they've done before. They're going to have 2 this year, so you can still go there and have a reduced capacity, have unlimited snacks and non-alcoholic drinks, and enjoy some of those wait times with shorter waits. And then you can buy single-day Express, like you can always buy if you even visit the theme parks during a normal day. You can get it Express, go and enjoy the park. But there were some fans that were definitely upset that they are not getting that Express included with their frequent fear this year, and they were really kind of banking on that, as it's something that Universal has done for more than a decade.
And so, Matt, to get your take on this, why do you think that that change was made?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the biggest reason is this event has truly just grown beyond anything that I think anyone ever imagined. The lines, they get higher and higher each year. And, you know, I think it's just about managing the crowds. That's all this is. You know, each year the Express lines have gotten longer and longer. So it's really just a way to address that. Personally, looking on Halloween Horror Nights Twitter in our little community here, it's pretty incredible to see all the different takes regarding this announcement. People, like was said, you know, people have had this ticket for years. Personally, I've had this ticket the past 10 years. I've always gone with Express, and it's going to be an adjustment for a lot of people. But I really do think that, you know, if you take your time, if you have that frequent fear, if you're going for a couple nights, you can really learn the crowd patterns. You know, once you get into a certain part of the season, you can tell, hey, if I go to this house at around 7 o'clock, it's going to be on the shorter end. And I think it's just a matter of people taking their time, and really, you know, this could be a great opportunity for guests to do things that they don't normally do. Spend some more time in the scare zones, eat some food, go see the shows. I think in the end, it will work out for everyone. I know that people are quite upset, and I do not blame them. But I think in the end, people will still have a great time.
Yeah, so you think it'll end up being something that will be, you know, that'll make sense once people kind of start seeing it?
I think that remains to be seen. You know, I'm sure there are people out there who will run the stats on the wait times, and they're going to time their Express wait times. And, you know, I think once we reach the end of the season, we'll be able to tell if this is a successful test. I look at this year as sort of a test for this. This is obviously territory we haven't been in some time. So it will be interesting to see what ends up happening with the wait times this year.
Now let's talk here about the Fast and Furious ride at Universal Studios, because we now have a closing date for that coming up on August 16th. So what's happening?
So this was never known as fans' favorite ride. I don't think that this has really ever been in a top 10 list for this park. Unless maybe there was just 10 rides that were in the park total. So I don't think fans are going to be super upset that this is being taken away. I know that there are fans. It was a lot of energy when it first opened, but it's just not what fans were expecting for a ride that has the name Supercharged. We know that we are getting a brand new Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift roller coaster, and everyone seems to be excited about that. It was also interesting last year for Halloween Horror Nights to walk through the demolition of Hollywood Rip Ride Rockets. And now this year, we're going to be able to go and see kind of the new ride being built up. Like, they have done a ton of work in just a short amount of time. We initially thought that the Fast and Furious Supercharged ride was going to close down right before the new ride was going to open. And now it seems like Universal is closing it down early. They didn't give exact specifics to their reasoning, but I'm sure that whatever there's going to go next and replace this area, they just want to get to working on it. They know that fans are ready for something new in this space. They know that Fast and Furious is coming. So while this is a people eater when it's having its full capacity and everyone's riding on it, I think they said, all right, it's midway through August. We're starting Horror Nights. We're okay to let this one go to get working on whatever's coming next.
And they've been making some good progress, it seems, on that new coaster. Been seeing some visible progress.
Yeah. The vertical spike in City Walk is enormous, and the first time you go and see it, you go, that looks way bigger than it even looks in photos. I am super excited for this new coaster.
Yeah, what do we know about what that coaster is going to look like, what it's going to be like?
It is going to be a high-speed, multi-launch roller coaster. We know it's going to have the same style ride vehicles as the one that's going over to Hollywood. Thankfully, because Universal Studios Hollywood has been doing their testing, we can kind of tell a lot of stuff about this coaster. Hollywood's is going to have a different style of track because they're like on the side of a cliff, basically, and we have all flat Florida. But the ride vehicles and the music, I expect, are going to be generally the same, as well as a storyline. And you're going to get amazing views all over Universal Studios Florida. And because we've been talking about Horror Nights, I think being able to do that at night and look out over the crowds is going to be something pretty spectacular.
Well, the exciting changes on the way. Theron White from EYNTK.info and Matt Prevor at Speculation Matt on social media. Always enjoy talking with y'all, and thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, taking you live to Capitol Hill, where Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic leader, is speaking right now ahead of President Trump's primetime address tonight and a White House press briefing in about an hour and a half. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Costly war of choice in the Middle East that has left Iran in a stronger position than they were in before this reckless war started, and the American people in a weaker position economically as a result of high gas prices. And yet Republicans continue to double and triple down on Operation Epic Failure. The war in Iran has been a disaster for the American people, and House Democrats will strongly oppose their America Last budget resolution and fight to actually restore the devastating cuts to Medicaid and to nutritional assistance that Republicans jammed down the throats of the American people with their one big ugly bill last year. Questions?
Leader Jeffries. Mr. Leader, thank you. Good morning. On the Israel vote yesterday, do you see the Democratic Party evolving on Israel, or has Israel changed?
I think in the Dear Colleague letter that I sent to the caucus, I laid out the position that I believe we as House Democrats will take as we move forward, anchored in several different principles, including our support for Israel's right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state and homeland for the Jewish people, and at the same time, pressing the urgent need to establish an independent Palestinian state that allows the Palestinian people to live with dignity, respect, and self-determination. And that needs to be dealt with urgently. And the conditions to establish a just and lasting peace need to be acted upon immediately. And that involves surging humanitarian assistance into Gaza to alleviate the suffering of Palestinian civilians. It means not just the reconstruction of Gaza, but the modernization of Gaza, and investing, along with our partners in the Gulf states and moderate Arab nations, in a path toward prosperity for the Palestinian people. Hamas needs to be disarmed and completely removed from power. And we need to deal with the out-of-control settler violence that the Netanyahu administration has allowed to take place in the West Bank. And perpetrators of that violence should be sanctioned and criminally prosecuted. These are all things that I've laid out in the letter that I wrote to the House Democratic Caucus, and I believe provide a foundation for a path forward to get to the place that we need to get to, which is a just and lasting peace with Israel and the Palestinian people living in a safe and secure fashion in peace and prosperity.
Leader Jeffries.
Mr. Leader, you referenced the president's speech tonight. Some of my colleagues at CBS are reporting that the president may touch on claims of Chinese meddling in the U.S. elections. Obviously, I know there were some intelligence assessments around that a few years back, but is that anything that you're aware of, or do you believe that it has any merit?
Based on the conversations that I've had with the top Democrat on the Intel Committee, Jim Himes, who I believe published a very thoughtful opinion piece earlier today, none of the things that Donald Trump has said or may say later on today with respect to election interference have any merit. Donald Trump is the conspirator-in-chief right now. He's the one fanning the flames of conspiracy theories, as opposed to being focused on making life better for the American people. For us, we're committed to making sure there's a free and fair election, and we will have the largest voter protection effort in the history of the country, because Donald Trump and Republicans know they cannot win this election fairly, and we're not going to let them steal it.
Leader Jeffries. Thank you very much, Leader Jeffries. You talked about.
It's a lot of bass in your voice today.
Hey, I got it. It's perfect for the rhythm. You've talked about restoring the healthcare, the food assistance, and you talked about the defense increases. But if Democrats and then there have been 2 killings by ICE. Well, now it looks like 3 killings by ICE in the past week. Republicans had $70 billion in increased for ICE. If Democrats take back the House, will they claw back some of the money that was in the reconciliation bill earlier this year and in the OBBBA that was included last year? Will Democrats claw back some?
We've made clear that ICE is completely and totally out of control, that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not to brutalize or kill American citizens or violently target law-abiding immigrants, as we most recently have seen in Maine. That's been our position. We believe in a safe and a strong and a secure border. We also believe, at the same time, that immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, just, and humane. That's not what's taking place right now. And our position throughout the year has been very clear that this entire situation with respect to ICE and their brutal behavior toward American citizens and law-abiding immigrant families has to come to an end. That ICE needs to be forced to conduct themselves like every other cop, police officer, and law enforcement agency in the country. And that's our objective. We've also made clear that Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine doesn't get a dime from House Democrats. That was our position this year. And unless things change next year in terms of the way in which ICE conducts itself, our position as House Democrats, I assume, is not going to change.
Thank you. This week it seems like you've indicated that the handling of the Massey Amendment kind of provides a preview of how House Democratic leadership would handle the Israel issue in the next Congress if you're in the majority. I'm just curious what that looks like practically. Will you not whip votes on Israel if you're in the majority? Will you not bring so many of these bills to the floor? What does that look like to you?
I think the letter pretty clearly laid out, as I amplified in my remarks earlier today, how we plan to proceed in terms of fundamental values on these issues. The situation relative to the United States relationship with Israel, the Palestinian people, and policy in the Middle East has to change because the current status quo is unsustainable. And our approach will be one that is broadly inclusive, lift up the values that I talked about in the letter, lift up some of the bills that I've talked about in the letter, while also recognizing that Israel is an ally of the United States of America in the fight against terrorism, whether that's Iranian-backed proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, or the Houthis. And I think the way in which we'll try to approach this issue is similar to the way in which we try to approach every issue: thoughtful, inclusive, involve dialogue across the entire spectrum of the House Democratic Caucus, and then be able to land on the highest common denominator, but being guided by the effort to actually create a just and lasting peace between Israel and the Palestinian people.
Leader Jeffries?
Sorry, I'll go back to the side, yeah.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Again, on Israel, I want to go a little bit deeper into your letter. You say that U.S. policy in the Middle East requires a major reset. Are you talking about this reset happening under this presidency, or is this your party's vision for post-Trump presidency? And specifically, if you can talk a little bit more in the context of the current 10-year memorandum that is going to expire.
I think in the context of the 10-year memorandum of understanding that was originally entered into by President Barack Obama, I've kind of laid out the path that I think we need to take moving forward in the letter. And I believe that that's a foundation for us to talk about how things can be done differently when we move forward under the leadership of the once and future chair of the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro.
There was a closed-door tabletop exercise this week with House Democrats about the 2026 elections and how you all are preparing. Were you at that meeting? And also, just more broadly speaking, when it comes to y'all's strategy to combat Trump potentially meddling, I mean, obviously there's a lot of reliance on courts. But beyond hoping that the courts are expedient and go your way, what other kind of steps do you all see as the most practical on the show?
Well, it's all hands on deck in terms of the effort. And it's House Democrats, it's Senate Democrats, it's the governors, it's the Democratic Attorney Generals Association, it's the Democratic Secretaries of State Association. We're working with our state and local legislators, mayors. Of course, we're working with civil society. That includes good government groups, civil rights groups, democracy protection groups, organized labor, and the faith community. It's all hands on deck. It's been ongoing for months, and we'll continue to intensify our efforts as we get inside of 100 days, a week from this upcoming Sunday. At the same period of time, I was not part of the exercise, but was involved, of course, working with Congressman Joe Morelli in the preparation for it. He's been doing a tremendous job in working on this issue, both with caucus members traveling the country and working with stakeholders. And stay tuned, there'll be more to come. Thanks. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. I wondered what you thought President Trump was trying to achieve with this primetime address. And also, you said that Trump and Republican extremists are trying to steal the midterms. Isn't there a responsibility to be careful about the kind of language you use following January the 6th?
Donald Trump and Republicans are trying to steal the midterm elections.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. You just laid out the campaign kind of what all the House Democrats will be doing and have done to not only protect the election, but make sure that it's free and fair, as you said. Tomorrow is the 60 years since John Lewis passed away. I know that you had a relationship with him. I know he meant a lot to the caucus. I'm wondering if you can speak to how his legacy kind of informs how you all are approaching the lead up to the election and making sure that this is a free and fair election, given that he dedicated not only, his private life, but his public life to making sure that folks have voting rights. And I know that that's something that matters to you, so I'm hoping you can speak to that given tomorrow's anniversary.
Yeah, it's a high honor and a great privilege to have served with Congressman John Lewis. I mean, such a phenomenal thing. I had his support, actually, when I first ran in 2012, and to have earned his support in that race, in my entry into Congress, in and of itself was amazing. And then to have the opportunity to serve with him, learn under John Lewis, be inspired by him, was an incredible experience and will always be one of the most important parts of my public service journey, no matter what happens moving forward. And
Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic leader, speaking live right now to reporters ahead of the presidential address that the President Donald Trump will make tonight from the White House. And in no uncertain terms, you heard from the Democratic leader there saying Donald Trump and Republicans are trying to steal the midterm election. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Again, we will have much more coverage coming up tonight of the president's address. We will also have the White House press briefing coming up in about an hour or so from now. So right now we're going to take a quick break and we will be right back.
puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday. Coming up on the noon hour here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook, and we appreciate you joining us. So here's an interesting thing happening down in South Florida. New Alpha School opening in Miami Beach. This is a school that doesn't have traditional teachers, and instead kind of artificial intelligence tutors. It focuses on 2 hours of core learning per school day. This is something that is $65,000 annual tuition. So this raises a lot of questions about education, the future of it, and what kind of all this work looks like, how it might work. So joining us live now to help us kind of make sense of all of this, we are joined by Dr. Stephanie Arthur, who's an assistant professor of instruction at the University of South Florida College of Education. Dr. Arthur, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Well, thanks for welcoming me in, and yeah, I'm happy to sit and chat with you. I'll just briefly share 30 seconds about the work I'm doing at the University of South Florida's College of Education, and I also want to celebrate me. It is my 30th year in education, and I have taught all grades, but my area background is middle school, some high school, secondary, and elementary, and my areas of focus are science education, STEM education, which I infuse reading literacy and the arts, so STREAM, and generative AI for teaching and learning. So nice to see you all.
Yeah, nice to have you, and I think it's an interesting conversation to have about the role that artificial intelligence plays in the classroom. There has been a lot of discussion and a lot of talk in that over the past few years. When we're talking about something like this school in Miami, that seems to be even kind of taking it, even farther. What do you make of a school like that, and how things like that, what they might mean for, how we think of education in the future?
Sure. So I'll frame it from our work that we do with pre-service teachers and in-service teachers, supporting them to be prepared to incorporate the rapidly evolving world of AI, a digital technology that teachers can and should use and leverage to enhance the classrooms, so that our students are getting the most evidence-based, research-based practices for pedagogical expertise, enhancing all of the learning opportunities for our children and for us, the state of Florida, which I'm sure you've done your homework and know that Florida has 4 of the top 10 largest school districts, and I know you're in Orlando, you're one of them, and we're over here in Hillsborough, and we're 7th largest school district. So our focus is very much on ensuring that we are bringing student-centered opportunities into all of our public school classrooms and districts, supporting our teachers, working with our administrators and the state to ensure that happens. And when, of course we are, there's charter schools, there's magnet schools, there's private schools, there's preparatory schools, and I think it's fabulous. Anytime anyone wants to put in the effort to recognize that there is a need to enhance learning for every child, and I'm very interested in to see what the peer-reviewed outcomes are from the data, and what we can all learn together. And I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but there is a Florida AI K-12 task force that I am a part of, and we work work with Miami-Dade, we work with Orange County, we work with University of Florida, University of Central Florida. And so you're bringing all of the top thinkers and teachers from the practitioner side, the research side into one place, working alongside folks from Google to really bring our very best opportunities for students to learn in the state of Florida. So back to referencing, a school comes in and it's a private school, public school, charter, magnet, and anything they would like to try, I certainly encourage. I can speak from the pedagogical side of that with the research, the business model. That's not my area, so I encourage everyone to do their own homework there. When it comes to AI, we really work very closely with the UNESCO framework for competencies, and that's ensuring that we're providing data security, data privacy for all of our students. Again, I cannot emphasize enough, we are one of the largest states for supporting K-12 education in our nation. So what we do here in Florida is already leading the nation and has the potential to bring so much of this to other schools and districts, both rural and urban. So we have a very broad view, ensuring that we're differentiating our practices so that all students are getting that personalized learning that they need in our state. AI has great potential for our teachers to go from awareness to agency as they learn how to incorporate that into their classrooms.
Yeah, how is, just kind of big picture, how is AI kind of changing the game?
Sure, and we've gone through this many cycles before, when the internet first came out, and then we went through social media, and now we're here at AI. I would say I am a parent of 3, and I'm 30th year education. Go me! I feel like I should have a birthday party hat. And I learned a lot from reflecting on what we've done in the past, what we did well, and what we could have done better. And I think about social media, for example. When social media came out, it was AOL, AIM, Instant Messenger. Anyone who's my age might remember that. And it first came out, and the kids were on it, and the parents didn't really quite know what was going on. The teachers didn't know what was going on. And so our gut reaction was just to shut it down and to block it. And as a middle school teacher, I can tell you, if you block a middle school student from anything, what you've done is guaranteed that they're going to find a way to use it. And they're probably going to make some mistakes, and hopefully mistakes that we can, recover from. But unfortunately, there are some things that can happen when we don't understand technology. So I think we can get it right this time. And I'm seeing that happen specifically in Florida, and in particular at the University of South Florida's College of Education. We're really focused on bringing that AI literacy perspective into everything we're doing. In fact, thank you for bringing it up. We are one of the few colleges in the nation who have a graduate certificate program dedicated fully to AI and teaching and learning for K-20. So there's 4 courses, and they're currently fully in progress. In fact, we have our first graduates graduating from this program in about 3 weeks. And so this is fantastic because we support anyone in education. There are people taking the classes who are teaching kindergarten all the way to high school chemistry to law school. I have folks who are in the medical college with continuing medical education credits, because there is such a need for understanding how is it that teachers teach? How do you do that work? What is the pedagogical processes that ensure all students are getting the best access to resources and learning opportunities, again, that is inquiry-based and student-centered. We want our students to love learning, and that is very much the core of our College of Education, is ensuring that we have those differentiation practices in place so that every child is gaining excellent high quality learning opportunities, and also having our teachers who are prepared and understand what our children are going through. It's a different time now, and we have to rapidly evolve so quickly, and the industries are already using AI. And this is, good, bad, or indifferent. It has fallen on teachers to be the ones to have to be able to quickly adapt, not only adapt and become aware of AI, but actually develop that agency so that they're infusing it into their classrooms to support our students to be prepared for jobs of not tomorrow, but really today. I have a son right now who just graduated undergraduate, and he is actively interviewing for jobs. And one of the questions they ask is, first is, what are your degrees? What's your experience? And what do you know about and how are you leveraging AI? So it really is, it's the whole complete child that we're really focused on. And we continue to do that human flourishing, that teacher in the center, the student in the center. And now we have this spectacular tool, this evolving AI that we can bring into the classroom to enhance all aspects. It's really exciting times. And, look, anyone who is jumping in and with a goal to enhance education, I think that's exciting. I just hope that we all are on the same page in terms of sharing our peer-reviewed data and outcomes from those studies. I think that's an important part. And the other thing I'll say is, working with public schools, we are very attuned to understanding our families' interests, our families' concerns, our families' needs. And with that is, the governance of who's involved in our schools. What companies are they? For-profit, not-for-profit? These are things that have to be very carefully vetted and transparent for our families, ensuring that our students are, our data is protected. We have to follow FERPA, and there's COPA. So it's really exciting times to be in this space.
But so, when you talk about leveraging AI, it's one of those things that, is kind of a differentiating factor in every field right now, figuring out how you can use it to be more efficient or however it might be. But when you're talking about education, you're talking about also, not just using it in the now, but kind of forming how the next generation thinks about it and is exposed to it and considers it as well. So it's really interesting to see. And like you said, going to be really interesting to see kind of what the data shows, in the coming years, because this is still, obviously just so early in this that, we're still at the very forefront.
That's the thing I'll say about working with USF, or if you're UCF over where you are, and we work with them as well. I'm actually working on a chapter right now with some editors over at UCF. It's important to collaborate. It's important to ensure that everything we do is peer-reviewed, is driving that data that's going to guide our best practices so that we can iteratively go back and tweak and enhance and refine so that we are ensuring that what we bring into our classrooms really is the very best for our students. I'm proud of Florida. I'm proud of University of South Florida's College of Education in our work in generative AI for teaching and learning. And you showed the graduate certificate program, but we also have another program called teacherserver.com. And that was designed and created by our Associate Dean of Undergraduate Studies in the College of Education and a partner of mine, Dr. Zafer Unal. It's called teacherserver.com. I encourage everyone to take a look at it. We've got over 6 million users around the world, and it provides a set of where I always lose count on how many tools because we're continuously adding the tools. So 1,194 tools right now and growing. And what this does, and it's free, it's housed entirely on the University of South Florida's servers. There's no data collected or saved, so that this is something that was truly designed by educators, with educators, for educators. It's a living, not document, but a living program where our educators across districts are actively engaged with providing feedback, requesting tool builds. And so I encourage folks to check it out, parents included. What is the value of this? I see AI as a way to, like you mentioned, the word efficiency. And that's actually one of the aspects of the third course that I teach. We ask our teachers to do a self-study of how much time they spend on different aspects of teaching, whether it's, assessments or administrative tasks or logistical tasks, and then how we can use these AI tools to bring back, not even buy, it's free, bring back that time so we can spend more time time actually in the interpersonal space with our students, which is the most important aspect always when it comes to K-12 education. I know that there are a number of really great, fantastic tutors. Conmigo is doing fantastic work. Sal Khan has been at this for a very long time. He wouldn't remember, met him many, many years ago. I was working for a company called eLearning Systems International, and we were bringing online learning 20 years ago. This was before the pandemic. And even then, I'm sure, Sal will, and he says in his videos and TED Talks, and we all agree that AI is a powerful tool that teachers can leverage. And this is going to move our teachers from that central space of leading our students to becoming even more powerful and ensuring that our children in the state of Florida are really coming out of school competitive. And I would say, as a parent, with 3 children who understand that, still can hold a conversation. You have to still be able to have those interpersonal skills and read body language. And so it's really exciting to see all that's happening in our public school classrooms and our districts across the United States. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity if there are charter and private where some additional ideas can be tried out. I just encourage everyone to, do your homework and look into seeing what's a best fit for your family and your child. But I'll just say I'm really proud of all of our district schools in the state of Florida and our university systems. But I have to give a shout out to our University of South Florida's College of Education. They are doing phenomenal, advanced, forward-facing work to support pre and in-service teachers.
Well, Dr. Stephanie Arthur at the USF College of Education, thanks so much for joining us. It's been an interesting conversation to have, and we appreciate you taking the time here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, Dr. Arthur, you
reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, giving you a live look inside the White House press briefing room, where about an hour or so, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. We're going to hear from Karoline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, holding her first briefing since returning from maternity leave. She is speaking on the day where President Trump is set to address the nation tonight at 9 o'clock, and according to reports, going to talk about election security. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, Danny Perez, the Florida House Speaker, is in a confirmation hearing right now. He has been nominated by the president to be the ambassador to Brazil. We heard the introduction from Senator Rick Scott earlier today. We watched that live in our 11 o'clock hour here on Fox Local. And then just a little bit ago, heard from Danny Perez. His opening remarks, spoke for about 3 minutes, and here's what he said.
Thank you. Chairman McCormick, Ranking Member Rosen, and distinguished members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. It is an honor to appear before you today, and I am grateful for your time and your service to this nation. I am deeply honored that President Trump has nominated me to serve as the United States Ambassador to the Federative Republic of Brazil, and I thank Secretary Rubio for his confidence and his friendship. Senator Scott, thank you for your generous introduction and your dedication to Florida and to this country. It is a constant source of inspiration. To my wife, my 3 children, and my parents that sit behind me, thank you for your continued support. Brazil is not simply our largest trading partner in South America. It is a country of continental scale, extraordinary natural wealth, and growing strategic consequence. One whose trajectory over the coming years will shape the security, prosperity, and influence of the entire Western Hemisphere. The stakes are high, and the opportunities are real. Brazil holds vast reserves of critical minerals essential to American economic strength and national security. It sits at the center of hemispheric trade, energy, and infrastructure, and it faces real security challenges, from transnational criminal organizations that fuel drug flows threatening American communities to the expanding footprint of outside powers competing for influence across the region. How the United States engages Brazil in the years ahead will matter enormously. I bring to this role a deep belief in the power of relationships. Growing up and serving in Miami-Dade, one of the most vibrant multicultural communities in the world, taught me how to listen, how to find common ground, and how to build trust across different cultures. As Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, I learned that clarity, integrity, and follow-through are the foundations of effective governance. I will bring those same principles to the embassy in Brasilia. My highest priorities, if confirmed, will be the protection of American citizens in Brazil, the advancement of our national interest in trade and investment, the disruption of narcotics, trafficking, and transnational crime, and the building of resilient partnerships that serve the American economy and the American worker. I will also support Brazil's democratic institutions and press for conditions that allow free and fair elections and freedom of expression, because a stable, democratic Brazil is a better partner for the United States. The opportunity, if confirmed, to represent the United States of America abroad is the privilege of a lifetime. I pledge to this committee that I will work tirelessly to advance our national interests, strengthen this critical partnership, and make our country proud. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
So that was Danny Perez just moments ago. Also now, just moments ago, getting some questions from Senator Tim Kaine, a Democrat from Virginia. Let's go ahead and listen in.
So when President Trump imposed tariffs on Brazil, saying, I'm doing this Liberation Day tariff because nations are ripping us off, we sell a lot more to Brazil than they sell to us. Yesterday, we put a 25% tariff on Brazil, and they say they're going to reciprocate against us. If they reciprocate at 25%, who loses more, the U.S. or Brazil?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Obviously, this is a new tariff that was implemented yesterday at some point overnight while I was asleep.
Yeah.
I did read the articles this morning.
And you've had nothing to do with it.
And USTR has made their decisions. I will learn more about it over the next several weeks.
Okay, well, let me just, I'm just going to say mathematically, if we have a trade surplus with Brazil, that means we're selling more to them than they're selling to us. If we put a 25% tariff on them and then they put an equal tariff on us, it's the United States that has the most to lose. So we'll not only see inflation go up on products coming from Brazil, but the tariff put on U.S. manufacturers because we sell more to Brazil than others is going to hurt our own businesses more than Brazil's businesses will be hurt. I yield back.
Senator Kane, Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. And let me just say at the outset that I share all the concerns expressed, Mr. Mastriano, by my colleagues about your past record and conduct. I'm going to focus my questions here to Ambassador Blom, and I appreciate the chance to get together.
That's a hearing continuing on Capitol Hill. We will continue to monitor for anything interesting that happens with Danny Perez there. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, give you another live look inside the Brady briefing room of the White House, awaiting a press briefing coming up in about half an hour or so. It's scheduled for 1 o'clock. If you often join us here on Fox 35 News Plus, you know they often do not begin at 1 o'clock. So we will keep our eyes peeled for that and get you to that, though, when it begins. Meanwhile, obviously the briefing happening today ahead of the president's primetime address. Meanwhile, a number of Democrats here in Central Florida held a news conference earlier today in Orlando where they talked about affordability and the local impacts of things like the rising costs, inflation, and they also talked about impacts on local businesses from tariffs. You're going to hear from State Representative Anna Eskamani, who was at Seven Bites Bake Shop earlier today for this news conference, joined by a couple of others as well. This happened again earlier today in Orlando.
Good morning. Oh, she's just gonna turn off the music for us. That makes sense. I mean, No Scrubs is also my vibe, but.
Well, but I mean, TLC.
Right, it's classic.
Yeah, this is actually pretty good.
Right.
No.
It's like during an affordability crisis, you definitely don't want to scrub this time.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right. Good morning. Thank you all for joining us today. My name is Whitney Murray Brown, and I am the press secretary at the Florida Democratic Party. Thank you for joining us today. As prices soar and we're seeing the cost of living get higher and higher, Floridians are facing the most expensive summer ever. Today, we're going to hear from some of our elected officials, community members, and business owners about the increasing cost and how they've led to an affordability crisis here in Florida that's just honestly completely unsustainable for our families, for our small businesses, and for our seniors. Our speakers today will be in order: Representative Leonard Spencer, Representative Anna Escamani, and our host, 7 Bites chef and owner, Trini Gregory. And after that, we'll have some time for questions if you all have any, and we'll go from there. Thank you so much. I'll pass it to my friend, Rep. Spencer.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you all for being here. And welcome to what may be the most expensive summer Florida families have ever faced. Now, summer is supposed to be a time for families to come together, for children to enjoy a break from school, and for seniors to enjoy the communities that they all help build. But for far too many Floridians, financial security now feels like it's one unexpected expense from financial disaster. Now, over the past years, Florida's cost of living has surged. We've seen it accelerate at several times the pace of wage growth. Housing, groceries, utilities, transportation, healthcare, property insurance, they all cost more, while far, far too many Floridians' paychecks have failed to keep up. This year alone, the average American household has spent hundreds of dollars more on energy, and that doesn't include the cost of food, housing, or insurance. Inflation, tariffs, stagnant wages, and instability in the Middle East, they're all placing more burdens on seniors and families who are already stretched way too thin. Now, the result of this turmoil is a shrinking middle class and a growing sense that no matter how hard people work, they're still falling further behind. And that is not the Florida that we should accept. Florida Democrats believe that hard work should pay off. If you work hard, play by the rules, take care of your family, you should be able to afford your home. You should be able to keep food on the table, pay bills, and still put a little something away for the future. But the policies that are being advanced by the Trump administration, by the DeSantis administration here in the state, and our Republican leaders in Tallahassee, they've left Florida families with higher costs and less money in their pockets as we enter this summer season. Floridians, we don't need more political chaos or empty promises. We need leaders who are focused on lowering costs, leaders who are focused on raising wages, protecting Social Security and Medicare. We need leaders who will be focused on strengthening public education and expanding economic opportunity in our state. Because affordability is not and never has been a political issue. It's about whether families can build a better life. It's about whether seniors can retire with dignity, and whether the next generation can still believe that if they work hard, they can have a better life for themselves and their families. Now, this is a choice, folks, that's before us today. We can continue down this path where working families are paying more, where seniors are falling behind, and the middle class keeps shrinking, or we can build a Florida where hard work is rewarded. We can build a Florida where opportunity is within reach and every family has a shot to secure their future. And I believe in that Florida, a Florida that's affordable, a Florida where wages keep pace with the cost of living, a Florida where families can do more than simply survive. They can build, they can save, they can dream, and more importantly, folks, they can survive and thrive. That's the Florida I believe in. And that's the Florida that Democrats are fighting for. And we will not stop until the people of this state receive relief, receive opportunity, and receive the leadership that they so desperately deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Representative Spencer. It's been such an honor to serve with you in the state legislature. And thank you for making the trip over to District 42. Very, very grateful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Anavi Escamani, and I am so grateful that you've joined us today. And I want to give a special thank you. You'll hear from her soon. But our small business owner, our chef, our founder of 7 Bites, Trina, for having us here today. Because small businesses are really feeling the brunt of this affordability crisis and often don't get the attention that they need for there to be meaningful action. And for those who don't know me, I have served this district since 2018 on a platform centered on affordability for everyday families, centered on challenging corporate greed to really ensure that the everyday person gets a shot at the American dream. And last night, before I went to bed, I was perusing the newspaper on my phone, and I saw a headline about tonight's State of the Union address. And that headline basically said that President Trump's going to be talking about more election lies. He's going to continue to spread misinformation about past election cycles. And my first gut reaction was, why are we not talking about the affordability crisis? Why are we continuing to spread misinformation, create more division, separate our communities, when we have a clear demand by the American people and by Floridians to center on the everyday crises that they are experiencing, whether it's buying groceries, getting gas, trying to find a place to live. Floridians cannot afford Florida right now. And that's where our leaders should be focused on. But instead, the headlines that we see around us are around more election lies, people dying at the hands of ICE, separation of families, just one issue after the other that are designed to distract, deflect, and actually make the affordability crisis worse. And so we're here as local elected officials, as business owners, as everyday Floridians to say enough is enough. We need our elected leaders to focus on making our life better, not continuously making it worse. And I want to provide some quick stats for right here in Central Florida. We know that Orlando had one foreclosure filing for every 2,000 some housing units, placing us among some of the worst U.S. metro areas for foreclosures. When it comes to families that are rent burdened, I'm a renter myself, and my rent also went up this year. And it wasn't because my services got better. Literally, my rent went up just because of the affordability crisis. And when we look at the rate of renters in Orlando, it's important to note that we have a very large renter population here in Central Florida. Orlando has about 40% of occupied homes are occupier-owned, meaning that 6 in 10 households are renters. And out of those renters, we can see that 60% are rent burden, which means they spend over 30% of their income on rent alone. And as Representative Spencer mentioned, that means you have less money to save, less money to ever become a homeowner, and less money to frequent small businesses. So it's all part of this ecosystem. And we know what the policy needs are. First of all, end these wars, end these never-ending wars. I'm old enough to remember President Trump running on a platform of peace, and he's literally started new conflicts around the world that is costing all of us both money and lives. We know that we have monopolies that continue to form and take over conglomerates that are jacking up the prices without competition. You will not see low prices. And we also see property insurance rates out of control. And as Democrats, we have led on platforms on affordability agenda to solve all of these problems. Those bills get no hearings, while other bills that continue to pursue culture wars and center First Amendment rights continue to get all the hearings they want. So we're at a catalyst here, a catalyst for change. But it's only going to happen if Floridians and the American people join us in saying enough is enough. So regardless of your political background, your partisan label, this is the time for us to come together to champion policies and people that are going to make your life better, not worse. Because I thought this was the free state of Florida, not the fee state of Florida. And so with that, I want to introduce our host for today, our small business owner and a talented chef and entrepreneur in her own right, Ms. Trina Gregory.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Trina Gregory. I am the owner and chef of 7 Bites here in Orlando, Florida. For more than a decade, 7 Bites has been my life's work. What started as a dream has grew into a business that has employed local families, celebrated birthdays and weddings, and welcomed tourists from around the world, and become a fabric of this city. That is why I'm here today, not just as a business owner, but as someone who sees firsthand how difficult it has become for small businesses to survive. This summer, I have watched costs rise in ways that I have never thought possible. Food costs are up, insurance premiums are up, workers' compensation costs are up, utilities are up, property taxes are up, and fees alone just to operate my business in this city are up. The price of nearly everything that it takes to keep our doors open has climbed, and while many businesses are seeing fewer customers walking through the doors. And I want to say something that is really important. This isn't a partisan issue. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, the people and places that you love are struggling. There seems to be this assumption that someone else is taking care of small businesses, that someone else is grabbing the coffee, buying the gift card, eating at the neighborhood restaurant, or signing up for the yoga class. But the truth is, all of your favorite small businesses are suffering. The faces you love to see and the spaces that they operate are in danger. And honestly, for many of us, this feels harder than COVID. During COVID, there was at least a shared understanding that small businesses needed help. Today, many of us are carrying enormous burdens quietly while trying to keep the lights on, take care of our employees, and continue to show up for our communities. Small and single unit restaurant owners are not getting rich. In fact, most of us are simply working to work. Restaurant margins have always been thin beyond what anyone wants to believe, but today they are thinner than ever. We are doing everything we can to absorb rising costs without passing every dollar on to our customers, because we know that families are feeling the same pressures at home. Orlando has one of the most unique economies in the country. We have the city of Orlando, Orange County, and neighboring Seminole County right next door, and an economy powered by both local residents and one of the largest tourism industries in the world. But there is a real disparity between locally owned businesses and massive corporations. The loopholes that exist for billionaires and major corporations simply do not exist for us. Small business owners do not have teams of lawyers, lobbyists, and accountants working on our behalf. We have ourselves. We have employees and our families and our staff families. We are competing in an economy that too often favors size over service and corporations over community. And yet small businesses are the backbone of Florida. 99.7% of businesses in this state are a small business. And together we employ 56.9% of Florida's private workforce. Hear that again. 56.9 small businesses. We're responsible for paying those families. When you support a small business, you are supporting working families, your neighbors, if you will. And support does not always have to mean spending hundreds of dollars. One class, one meal, one gift, one coffee. These choices may seem small, but during a slow season or the time of this economy that we're in right now, they can make a difference between a local business making payroll or not. That's right. If every resident in this town spends $1 in a small business, that would inject approximately $330,000 directly into Orlando's small business economy. If you include the greater Orlando metro area, roughly 2.9 million people, that becomes $2.9 million in local spending. This could wildly help sustain the small businesses and neighborhood main streets that we all love. So this is my message to Orlando. We need you. Shop small, eat local, sweat local, support local. If you love the restaurants, bakeries, coffee shops, boutiques, salons, bookstores, yoga studios, and neighborhood businesses that make this city special, now is the time to show it. And to our lawmakers, I would say this: it does not have to be this way. We need leaders who are focused on affordability and practical solutions. Leaders who will lower costs, put policy in place that will hold corporations, insurance companies, utility companies, landlords, and even our own city government accountable when working families and small business owners are being squeezed to death. Because hard work should still lead to a better life for us, our families, and the people we employ.
That's right.
We, the people, have the power to change this. I am urging you to get involved and vote for the people who are going to fight for us. Not just billionaires and corporations, but everyday working people like you and I. Thank you, and I'm going to see you at the polls and around Orlando supporting local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trina. That was amazing. And we're going to take a few questions if members of the press have them. I'm going to take this opportunity to also amplify that on our campaign trail for Mayor of Orlando, we're actually hosting Shop and Sips, which are events that we host at small businesses during the lull hours in an effort to bring more customers in. Our first one is at the Lovely and Audubon. Our next one's going to be at the Good Crowd in College Park. And then
maybe the next one's going to be here.
I was going to say, and it sounds like we're going to do one here too.
We will.
And so there are so many ways that we can help support our small businesses at the micro level and the macro level. And so let's make sure that's top of mind for consumers and for voters. And so with that, happy to see if any questions our partners have for us today.
What is your number one priority when the Democrats retake the state government?
Well, I love the manifestation of this question. The affordability crisis is key. You know, there are so many Democratic bills that we have filed that should be entertained, including our omnibus property insurance package. This goes after property insurance companies in a lot of different ways, one of which is it stops the shell game, where we have property insurance companies who have claimed insolvency by shifting their revenue into different LLCs. And so they claim insolvency when actually they're doing quite fine. They just move their profits around. We want to stop that shell game. Another very important policy is called combined reporting. Now, Trina actually mentioned this, how small businesses don't have the same advantages as bigger businesses. And only 1% of Florida businesses even pay a corporate income tax, which means our tax structure is very regressive. To close the loopholes that these big businesses use could generate upwards of $3 to $4 billion in new revenue that we could put right back into public education, right back in the pockets of consumers so they can shop at small businesses. So we do need to completely reevaluate our regressive tax structure to make sure that it's more balanced, that the big guys are paying what they owe, not hiding their responsibilities, so that the everyday person has a fair chance. Of course, there's so many other policies around public education, environmental conservation, small business support and relief. You know, one of the bills that we filed was our Small Business Construction Disruption Act that would have helped small businesses when there's prolonged municipal construction projects, from essentially giving them no interest loans, free marketing opportunities, because we know in cities that are growing like Orlando, we have never-ending construction, and that impacts residents and small businesses, and we've lost small businesses because of that. So for us, it's about focusing on the everyday issues and pushing back against the distractions. I believe firmly that when you don't have a solution, that's why you go through distractions, because it's harder to solve problems, bring people together. It's a lot easier to be divisive and divide us. Any other questions? All right, we appreciate your time so much today. I'm sure folks can do one-on-ones as well. Thank you again so much for being here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Representative.
That's a news conference earlier today in Orlando, hearing from some local Democratic leaders talking about affordability. You also heard Anna Eskamani talking about the president's address tonight. Again, we are waiting right now for that White House press briefing to start in the next little bit. We will get you there when it begins. Again, the president's supposed to address the nation tonight at 9 o'clock. I'm going to hear from the White House press secretary in the next little bit. But don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side of this break, going to be joined by legendary Magic play-by-play voice of the Magic, David Steele, announced his retirement this week after decades in that chair and behind the microphone. He's going to be joining us live in the studio here. Can't wait to talk with him. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A legendary career behind the microphone coming to an end. The longtime voice of the Orlando Magic, David Steele, announcing his retirement this week after 37 years. And we are so excited to be joined by the one and only David Steele, joining us live in our streaming studio here this afternoon. David, thank you so much for taking the time and coming in to talk with us today.
Well, thank you for having me.
37 years, quite the career. We're going to get into that, but I just want to get your thoughts on the decision-making process. Was it kind of hard to come to that point and say, yes, I'm ready to retire, or did you know it was time?
You know, I had heard that you'll know when it's time, just what you just said. And for the last couple of years, I've been thinking about it. I hit 70 3 years ago almost. And, you know, I think that might be a benchmark that has a lot of people thinking about whether they want to keep going, how much farther you want to keep going, et cetera. The Magic graciously allowed me to pull out of the road a little bit. I cut back on road games for the last several years, which I think maybe helped prolong the situation. But near the end of this season, I felt pretty strongly that the time was right to put down that magic microphone and and enjoy life a little bit while I can, and me and my family.
What has the reception been like to your announcement? I imagine you've had an outpouring.
Goodness. Unbelievable, and I didn't see it coming. I just did not. It caught me by surprise. I've been describing it. I've been drinking water out of a fire hose for the last couple of days, trying to keep up with all of the comments, the texts, the phone calls, the emails. It's been gratifying. It's been overwhelming. It's just really, really amazing and very heartwarming.
I would imagine it's also a time too that you do some reflection of your own on the past 3.5 decades.
Yeah, true. It's true, because you work, you're kind of just getting started, but you'll work for many, many years, and you just kind of keep your head down and do the best job that you know how to do it. And then you look up at one point and it's time to say goodbye, and then you start really thinking about what you've been doing for the last, not just 37 years, but I had a career before that, 51 years actually in work. I graduated from college in 1975. My wife and we got married our senior year. We're high school sweethearts. Got married our senior year in college. Graduated from the University of Georgia on a Friday, and on Monday after that, I was on the air in Panama City on the ABC affiliate, doing sports and news, weather. I did one weathercast, but did that for a few years, and then Asheville, North Carolina, local sports, Western Carolina play-by-play, the University of Florida Gators for 7 seasons, and then the Magic called, and 37 years. Here we are.
When you first started with the Magic, did you ever envision a 37-year career and being that iconic voice of that team?
I never looked at it that way. I don't think I really thought about my job in those terms at any point. I was open to, if somebody came along with a golden offer somewhere nationally or some, huge market, that I would listen, but it really never happened. I had opportunities, but nothing that was attractive enough to leave. So I'm kind of I like stability. I like the idea of working with good people. When you find a place to work that you really like the people you work with and you respect the ownership and the leadership, then you're in a good spot. And I feel like I've had that for really my entire career, especially with the Magic.
You touched on being the voice of the Florida Gators for a while, and your start in local TV as well. Talk to me about how you and when you knew you wanted to enter the business and try this and do this for a living. Was it something you knew since you were a kid, or kind of when did that come along?
No, it's interesting. I guess some might find it interesting, some might not. But I was just a kid that played all the sports. I was pretty good. I played a little basketball in high school, baseball in high school, college baseball. I got a scholarship to a small school in Tennessee. And I realized my sophomore year in college that the major leagues were not in my future. I batted my weight, which at the time was 155, and a weak hitting, a good fielding shortstop was, the major leagues were not in my future. So that's really when I started thinking, what could I do? And I thought about sports writing. I thought about maybe advertising, something creative. And I just walked into the campus radio station at the University of Georgia and asked if they had anything that I could do. And they made me the sports director. Nobody really cared about the sports director at a campus radio station in the 1970s. So, they had all their music and all that stuff. So I was the sports director on the campus radio station. And that's how I got started. I did some play-by-play with the baseball team, setting up all the equipment and doing the play-by-play, the junior varsity basketball team back then at the University of Georgia. And the first time I did play-by-play, I felt like this is something I can really do. I felt like I had a knack for it, and it might be because I grew up listening to great radio play-by-play announcers with a transistor radio under my pillow going to bed at night. And that's probably what soaked into my brain. And when I had a chance to start doing it, it just kind of fell into place for me, and things moved on from there.
So you had some role models.
Oh yeah,
some idols there.
Sure. My dad was a University of Kentucky graduate, and
so am I.
Yeah. Go Big Blue.
Go Big Blue.
So my mother and father were both from Kentucky, southeastern Kentucky, and the play-by-play announcer when I was a kid for the Wildcats was Kaywood Ledford. And I lived in Knoxville. This is kind of crazy, but we were all over the SEC a little bit when I grew up. But I lived in Knoxville, so I also, was a Tennessee fan. And John Ward was their play-by-play guy. And those two men they were really at the top of the profession when radio play-by-play was a big deal because games weren't on TV all the time. So I would go to bed at night with that little transistor radio under my pillow, listening to those guys and KMOX, the Clear Channel 50,000 watt stations in St. Louis and in New York and Chicago, and listen to those play-by-play guys. So that's where I grew to love, especially radio play-by-play, which is just a lot of fun to do.
What are you going to miss the most about being the voice of the Magic?
Well, the games, obviously. I wouldn't say that's the most, though, because it's more about the people that I've met and become friends with and have great relationships with in the organization, outside the organization, and around the NBA with other teams. Just so many people have come across my path, and I've got great friends, especially within the Magic organization. I think it's the people, just the time that you spend talking to people and coaches, players before and after games, referees, getting to know them and about their families. 37 years, and if you communicate with people, you get to know a lot of different folks, and so even people in the security folks, the people that check your bags when you come in, that have been doing it for almost as long, probably, or some as long as I did the game. So I'll miss those people. I'll miss, the relationships, and hopefully a lot of that will continue.
Do you have a favorite moment that you experienced behind the microphone?
I do, and it's been played a few times here in the last few days. It was I was doing radio at the time, not television, and so I was able, as the radio announcer, to do the NBA Finals in 1995. TV, you get cut out of the playoffs late in the playoffs. So doing television in 2009, I didn't do the NBA Finals in Los Angeles against the Lakers. But in 95, I was able to broadcast because on radio of all the NBA playoff games. And game one against Chicago, Michael Jordan had just come back from his hiatus playing baseball, and the national media was convinced that the Bulls were unbeatable with Jordan, which, no reason to believe that was not the case. The Magic, we had a young team. Shaq and Penny were, I believe, 23 and 22, maybe a year older than that, but I don't think anybody expected Orlando to beat Chicago. And Chicago was going to win game one. They had the lead, they had the ball, and Nick Anderson made a deflection from Michael Jordan, and the Magic picked it up, long pass down. Horace Grant dunks the ball with 6 seconds left, and Orlando steals game one, goes on to win that series. I don't think they'd have won that series if not for winning game one, because the psychological effect probably would have been overwhelming. But that was a great play and an incredible situation. The crowd was just berserk, and I felt like I had a good call on it too. So when I hear it, it was just a great moment.
Seen a lot of changes in 37 years. The game has changed a lot. The technology has changed a lot. What stands out to you as some of the biggest changes over your career that you went through?
Yeah, you just said a mouthful there. I mean, it's basically in every way. The NBA, professional sports. I mean, the world. Everything has changed with media, internet, streaming channels. 24/7 almost. Yeah, everything has changed. I would say just the size of it all. The Magic staff in 1989 may have been 20 total, including basketball staff, coaches, just a head coach and one assistant coach and a video guy and one trainer. I mean, there was a sales guy, there was an accounting guy. There were not departments, there were people that handle those roles. Now, all around the NBA and all around pro sports, you have just hordes of people that are employed by these pro sports teams because the money has come pouring in with television rights fees continuing to rise. So it's just a whole different world. It was like a mom and pop league in operation in 1989, and now it's big time corporate sports and business.
What are you most looking forward to in retirement?
My family, more time. My wife, who I mentioned, will celebrate 52 years of marriage, happily married for a long time. She sacrificed an awful lot with raising our 3 kids when I was on the road a lot. So she deserves a little bit more of me. And we've got 8 grandkids who are involved in all kinds of activities, a lot of sports, which will be fun. And I've not been able to, totally focus on that because you get the Magic schedule out and, you're locked into those days. And so travel is not a possibility. So we have children and grandchildren that don't live in Orlando, and now we'll have an opportunity to spend a little more time with all of that.
Because as much as you love doing what you're doing, I would imagine it still can be a grind at times when you're talking about, the length of an NBA season.
Yeah, and the travel, people don't see that. They don't see the getting in after a game to the next city at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, and then many times you'll have a back-to-back, and you have to get up, and we have production meeting at 10, and the preparation that I went through was pretty elaborate to get ready to broadcast a game. So yeah, it takes a toll on you for sure over time, all that travel, and those late nights are not real healthy, for the human body over time. So yeah, that's definitely part of it. It does wear you down a bit.
Well, Dante has big shoes to fill. Do you have any advice for him? Have you given him any sort of message?
No, we talk a lot. He's one of my dearest friends. I'm really happy for him. It's we several years ago, like I said, when I stepped away a little bit for some travel, the idea was to give Dante a crack at it and see how he would do. And because, obviously I wasn't going to be around forever. And the Magic, it's an organization that likes to promote from within if possible. That's just the way the organization operates. I think it's a good thing. Employees that work for the team understand that, and that's a motivation for everybody. So Dante did a great job. He's gotten better and better, and we've had conversations about just little things about the craft and He's a sponge. You know, he really soaks it in. He already has, you know, all of the tools, the personality, the brains, the sense of humor, the knowledge of the sport. Play-by-play is it's a different skill than hosting a show or interviewing people. It's a whole different deal. But I think he's going to do great. I predict we'll have a very long and productive run as the play-by-play guy.
Oh, play-by-play isn't easy. You made it look easy all these years. You did a great job at it, and Magic fans are going to be so sad to see you go. But what do you want Magic fans out there to know as you hang it up after all these years?
Well, I hope they know, and I want them to know that I love them, that they are the greatest, that they have been supportive of me and of the team for 37 years. It's interesting. It's a different iteration of Magic fans. Having been here 37 years, the early ticket people and people that went to the game and watched, a lot of them are now no longer involved. They're not really that interested in it anymore. They're retired and moving on to other things. But their kids and their grandkids have come through now, and then that's 2 and 3 generations of Magic fans. That's how you build, a great franchise. It takes time. And I would just say the Magic fans, they love their team, they're passionate, and I just appreciate their support.
Well, David Steele, longtime voice of the Magic, congratulations on the retirement. Thank you so much for coming in here and spending the time. It's been an honor to have you in here today.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, giving you a live look right now in the White House, where we are awaiting a White House press briefing. But we are also tracking breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus today out of Hillsborough County, where 2 deputies have been flown to a hospital after being shot. This happened on West Shell Point Road in Ruskin. In this video from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, you can see one of the helicopters landing there. I believe someone being carried away in the stretcher there as well. So we also know that a suspect has been shot during this incident, was taken to an area hospital for medical care. So very few details right now. You can see that photo that showed the Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, the mobile command center on the scene as well, and some of the investigators, the police cruisers, a very active scene throughout the day. So there's a lot we don't know right now, but the sheriff did post on Facebook saying that 2 of their deputies were shot and asking folks to pray for them. We don't know the identity of the deputies. We don't know the condition of the deputies. We don't know the identity or condition of the suspect either. Still a lot of questions about what led up to this. I can also give you a live look right now at this scene. You can see it is blocked off there right now. One of the streets in that area. And so we are awaiting more details and are expecting to hear as well from the Hillsborough County Sheriff, who is supposed to give some new details and hold a briefing there momentarily as soon as he arrives back to that scene, is our understanding. So we are monitoring this breaking news out of Hillsborough County right now. Again, from this vantage point, let me pull up that live picture again. This is in Ruskin, and from this vantage point, hard to see anything as far as a scene, but we are awaiting some more details from the Hillsborough County Sheriff, and we'll also check in with a Fox 13 reporter on the scene coming up in about 45 minutes. So we will have that for you coming up on Florida Live. We will continue to monitor this scene. Again, much less active right now, at least from this vantage point, but we also have that photo from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office showing crime scene tape up around what appears to be a home and a street there in Ruskin. West Shell Point Road, for those of you who may be familiar with that area, we saw the helicopter that was carrying 2 of the deputies as well. So the bottom line here, what we know, 2 Hillsborough County deputies have been flown to the hospital after this shooting on West Shell Point Road in Ruskin. Suspect also shot, and they were taken to the hospital. We don't know their condition. We don't know the deputy's condition. And again, still a lot of questions about what exactly happened to lead up to this. So we are awaiting more details any minute now from the Hillsborough County Sheriff, and we will bring those details to you and that briefing to you once it begins. We are continuing to stand by for a White House press briefing, which is expected to begin any minute now. White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt going to be speaking, going to be answering questions from reporters. And you know there's going to be a lot of questions about what might come out of this address tonight from President Donald Trump, who's going to be speaking with reporters, or excuse me, going to be speaking to the nation from the White House tonight. That is going to be at 9 o'clock. So we will also get you to this briefing once it begins. You can see some final preparations underway right now ahead of this, doing some last minute adjustments, it looks like here. And so this briefing should get underway shortly. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock. As we talked about earlier, they often run a little bit behind. And so that is certainly the case of what we are seeing today. This afternoon. I want to give you another live look right now back in Hillsborough County. Sorry to ping pong you back and forth here, but we are seeing a little bit more from the camera. Still seeing some police cruisers from this angle here that are on the scene. That one with its lights going. There was an investigator who just, you can see they still have roadblocks in place, traffic moving along on US 41 there, but the road where this happened is still blocked off right now. And from the photos that we have seen, there is likely still some of that crime scene tape up, the mobile command center out there as well. So that is certainly a lengthy process when it comes to investigating something like this, something that they will take their time with and will hopefully get us some more details soon. You can see a couple of police officers, one there in an SUV, one standing there as well with a vest on. And you're also seeing, now I'm seeing with this shot a little bit wider there to the right, if you look in the crosswalk, looks like there's a couple of, or at least one law enforcement officer there as well. So still very much an active scene, and we will have updates for you on that in just a little bit. Right now, let me get you to the White House. We are hearing from Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, who just walked out to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
It will travel to New York City to attend a FIFA reception at Trump Tower, followed by his attendance on Sunday at the FIFA World Cup between Spain and Argentina. His attendance will cap what has been the most watched, most secure, and most successful World Cup in American history. This is a fitting conclusion to a tournament that showcased America's ability to host the world on the grandest stage. Turning now to the economy. Tuesday's CPI report confirmed what President Trump predicted. Prices are falling, and this administration's economic policies are working. Inflation dropped 0.4% last month, beating expectations and marking the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Prices fell, including for gasoline, electricity, non-prescription drugs, car insurance, medical care services, and hotels, delivering relief for American working families. We also saw real weekly earnings rise in the month of June. For private sector workers, real wages have increased by roughly $1,000 since President Trump took office, after falling nearly $3,000 during the previous administration. This is real progress made possible by the president's pro-growth economic agenda. There is still more work to do, no doubt, which is why President Trump remains laser-focused on lowering costs and raising wages for working families across the country. Just last week, Walmart and Sam's Club announced they will be lowering prices on thousands of items in their stores across the country. Shoppers can expect meaningful savings on groceries, household essentials, outdoor living products, toys, apparel, and other everyday staples. As President Trump said, Walmart answered his call and stepped up in a big way, and we commend them for that. We hope other major retailers will follow the lead of this patriotic American company. While we're on the subject of helping working families get ahead, I want to remind everyone that the Trump accounts are now officially live. To date, and this is a new stat from the Council of Economic Advisors this morning, more than 6.5 million American children have been signed up for accounts so far, including my 2 kids, who I signed up during my maternity leave. There are a few things I want to make clear about this massively beneficial program that has the potential to literally transform the financial future of this country. First, any child under the age of 18 is eligible to have a Trump account opened in his or her name. This is a free free investment savings account that costs nothing to open. Second, thanks to President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 will receive a $1,000 seed deposit from the United States Treasury. Third, parents, guardians, relatives, and friends can contribute up to $5,000 per year combined for each child. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500 per year on a tax-favored basis, counting toward the annual cap. The president believes there is no better investment than in America's children. Government projections show that a child whose family maxes out contributions could see the account grow to nearly $300,000 by the time the child turns 18. This is, I think we can all agree, an enormously powerful head start toward the American dream. These funds can be used for college, starting a business, or purchasing a home. This is truly a transformational, nonpartisan program. So I encourage everyone listening with a child to establish a Trump account today for your child and tell everyone you know with children to do the same. The app is also incredibly inviting and easy to use for parents at home. Finally, let's turn to the border. Brand new numbers this week from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection confirm that for the 14th straight month, this administration has released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Again, let me reiterate, the 14th straight month, not a single illegal criminal alien has been entered into our country, released into our country by this administration. Illegal crossings in June remained at historic lows, and Southwest border apprehensions are down 94% compared to the same period under the Biden administration. These numbers speak for themselves. Thanks to President Trump's strong leadership and unwavering commitment to law enforcement, America has the most secure border we have ever had in our nation's history. The administration continues working to reverse the previous influx of millions of illegal aliens into our country by the Biden administration, and our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes. This past weekend alone, ICE arrested a Mexican national and gang member convicted of second-degree murder in California, a Dominican national convicted of aggravated manslaughter in New Jersey, a Saudi national convicted of indecent liberties with a child in North Carolina, a Mexican national convicted of continuous sexual abuse of a child in California, a Nicaraguan national convicted of second-degree child molestation in Rhode Island, and a Mexican national convicted of lewd acts with a child under 14 with force in California. These are egregious crimes, and again, I think we can all agree that none of you would want these individuals living in your communities, and you have this administration to thank that they are on their way back home. The American people delivered a decisive mandate to arrest and deport these dangerous criminals, and President Trump is wholeheartedly committed to delivering on that mandate every day. He will never waver in his duty to defend our homeland and protect the American people, and he has proven without a shadow of doubt that the chaos and the lawlessness that we saw every single day at the border and across our country under the Biden administration was a choice, and it is a choice this president has chosen not to make. While this work is far from finished, the border is secure, and deportations will continue. With that, I'll take your questions today. I look forward to doing so. I know there's a lot of news. We have two people in our new media seats today, Rachel Bade and Ben Black. Rachel, why don't you kick us off? Ben will give you a question, and then we'll get to the rest of all of you. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back to the briefing room, and congrats on your baby.
Thank you.
2 questions,
sure,
if I may. The first one, a fun one for your first day back. You now have 2 babies under 2 years old.
I do.
As someone who has a 4-year-old, I can only imagine how little you are sleeping right now. What is your one tip or secret to women who want to have it all, the kids and the hard charging career?
Well, thanks for the question, Rachel, and it is really good to be back with all of you. I don't think there is a secret. You just have to show up every day and keep going, and it really does take a village. Take the opportunity to shout out to my husband, who's home with our babies right now. I look forward to returning home later to be with them, but it's challenging. But for me, I view this as more than a job. I view this as public service on behalf of a president who I firmly believe in everything this administration is doing and really creating a better country for my my children and their future, and I'm very grateful for that. Blessed to both be working in this job, but also to have 2 beautiful babies at home. And as you know, Rachel, and any mom in this room knows, there's nothing better than being a mother. So thanks for the question.
Babies are the best. Okay, a question about tonight. There are a lot of Republicans in this town who very much support the SAVE Act and want to make sure, you know, our elections are upheld, election integrity, top priority for them. But some of them are concerned that tonight's primetime address might focus on, you know, elections of the past, relitigating them rather than voter concerns of today. I'm wondering, can you tell us if the president tonight is going to talk about the economy? You just talked a lot about the economy and what we're seeing there. And what does the White House say to Republicans who are worried that election issues like this could actually turn off swing voters?
Well, a few things. I would encourage everyone to tune in tonight. I've seen a lot of reporting and frankly misreporting about what the president will say. I think the American people will be relieved to hear what they are hearing from the President of the United States and his commitment to transparency and the focus on the integrity of our elections tonight. I think all Republicans and Democrats should recognize this should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country. It is a vital part of our democracy, of our constitutional republic. The president will be speaking about that tonight. And in addition, at the very same time, of course, he is working on all of these economic issues that the American people have at home. I just read to you the latest inflation numbers are looking good, the best report in 6 years. The president, Republicans and Democrats and all Americans have this president to thank for the largest tax cuts in American history, which every Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against. You have this president to thank for the Trump accounts for our children and securing the future of the American dream. So this president is doing a lot, but obviously safe and secure elections are a true tenet of our constitutional republic, and the president will be speaking about that tonight. Thank you. And Ben, please.
Hey, so I'm from England. I've been following the World Cup all around, absolutely loving it. Unfortunately, we got knocked out last night, so I'd love to ask a favor.
Tough day for you today.
Yeah, it's all good though. But I want to know, so all these football fans coming to America, absolutely having a great time. I've had an amazing time. What do you want these football fans to take away from their time in America?
Sure. Well, I'm so glad you enjoyed your experience here in our country, and sorry for the loss. We look forward to the final match on Sunday, and I know the president looks forward to attending, but I think the world saw that this president and this country is able to put on the greatest show in sports in the world, and we are a kind people, we are hardworking people, and we have the best country on the planet. And I know I've loved seeing the videos from foreigners from around the world who have traveled to the United States and have been quite surprised about how lovely and enjoyable the United States is. I don't think we get enough credit from the international media around the world, but we encourage everyone to come and experience America for themselves. So thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
And safe travels home. You're welcome.
Caroline.
Garrett.
Caroline, welcome back.
Good to see you.
Likewise. So to the degree that this speech tonight is about elections past, not elections upcoming, the 2020 election has had dozens of recounts, lawsuits, audits. 2024 election widely believed to be safe and secure. There's not really any question about that. A lot of people look at this.
Because it was too big to rig.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this
There's a
and
massive amount of votes for this president. That's why he's in the Oval Office right now.
No one disputes that. And there were a significant amount of votes for Joe Biden, who won in 2020. I mean, the question is, why is the president unable to let this go?
Well, first of all, Garrett, I think part of the problem is that the media has refused to acknowledge that tens of millions of Americans across the country share the concerns of this president about the sanctity of our elections. And your premise of your question, you're jumping ahead to a conclusion in this speech before even hearing it yourself. I think that everyone should tune in tonight, including the people in this room, and you should report on the president's speech and the findings that he is going to reveal in this speech with a little bit of honesty and a little bit of integrity, because it will shock you if you have an honest eye listening to the president tonight, and everything he is saying will be backed by facts and by evidence that will be provided this evening. And again, Garrett, I think all Americans, Democrat, Republican, should agree that we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We should have the safest and most secure elections in the history of the world. And what the president will be speaking about tonight will show you that perhaps that is not the case, and we need to make some adjustments moving forward, including the Save America Act, as Rachel pointed out. out, is a key legislative priority for this president on Capitol Hill, and he wants to see all senators and members of Congress voting in favor of the Save America Act because it's crucially important as we move forward. Aisha.
Hi, Karoline. Welcome back. And
Thank
I'm assuming the pink is for your baby girl.
You know, I didn't think that, but I guess it is now. Thank you.
We've talked a little bit about what the president might say tonight, but the other question is, who is running the teleprompter tonight after this report that the other guy is now under investigation for making money off of reading the president's speech?
Obviously, I'm aware of the report. The president is too. I spoke with him about it. He believes it's deeply unfortunate and, frankly, a disgrace. And the individual that was cited in that report is complying with the CFTC, but has been put on paid administrative leave. So there will be a teleprompter operator tonight, of course, but it will not be the one, unfortunately, in that story.
And one more on Iran. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, went on this podcast with Joe Rogan yesterday, talked about Israel, in which he said that there are some people within their system that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Does the president agree with that statement?
I think the president would certainly agree that, yes, foreign countries certainly do try to persuade American public opinion. There's no doubt about that. I think it's just a basic fact. Ed.
Good to see you, Caroline. Following up on the teleprompter and then one on tonight's speech, what steps is the White House taking to ensure something like that doesn't happen again?
Well, the White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect to issues like this, and as I just told you, this individual will no longer be here. He'll be on paid administrative leave. I'm sorry, without pay. The administrative leave is unpaid, to be very clear. That was a decision by the president, so I think that speaks for itself.
On the concerns about the election, will the president accept the results of November's elections?
Look, Ed, you should tune into the president's speech tonight before you jump ahead to conclusions about what's actually in the speech. Again, I've seen a lot of reporting and misreporting about what the president will say. We hope CBS will take the speech, and all Americans should take it.
Okay, but I'm not presuming it. I'm just asking whether he accept the results.
Caroline, two questions on the Trump account. First, following the birthright citizenship case, is there concern that babies that are born to illegal immigrants here in the United States are not excluded from these accounts? And also, since the $1,000 per child from the Treasury seeds these accounts, can you assuage concerns from those who feel this is wealth redistribution?
I would certainly not describe it as that. As you know, this was an incredible private-public partnership. We had incredibly generous Americans, Michael Dell, and many others who contributed to the fund for the Trump accounts. So that money will then be passed along to America's children, which I think is a great thing that all Americans from all political persuasions can agree upon. With respect to your question on birthright citizenship, I think the president has made his view and the White House has made our view on this case quite clear. We're going to continue to move forward to work with Congress, hopefully in the future, to remedy this problem in our country and to ensure that we cannot have this scam continuing where you have foreigners from all around the world traveling to our country to give birth to babies who are then given the greatest privilege on the face of the planet, American citizenship. That's not how our founding fathers intended this country to work or to operate, and the administration is committed to finding solutions to remedy that.
They have access to the Trump accounts, those are children of those illegal aliens?
That's not something I've discussed directly with the president, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that. As you know, Carrie, all American citizen children are able to access the Trump accounts as it stands right now. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mark Stone from Sky News. Can I switch to Iran, please?
Sure.
Specifically, the Manab school attack. 120 children dead, 26 of their teachers. A Sky News investigation released today points to all this being a tragic mistake by America, by the US military. So could you explain, please, why the president is repeatedly saying it wasn't America when he hasn't actually, he says also that he hasn't even seen the report?
I can't speak to the Sky News investigation respectfully because I have not read it. All I can speak to is what the president has said as I speak on his behalf. behalf, and the investigation continues, and we would defer you to the Department of War for further questions on it.
Do you mind following up, if I may?
Sure.
I just want to
My answer's
understand.
not going to change.
I just want to understand why he consistently says it wasn't us, we didn't do this, when all the evidence and indeed the preliminary report, and we've spoken to a military insider who says this was human error.
Well, that's the president's opinion, and at the very same time, he has said the Department of War is investigating the matter, and we would defer you to them for any questions with respect to the investigation, which obviously has not been released yet. I would defer you to them for further questions on it. But there's been, I think the president feels that way because he knows that our military always acts in good faith and absolutely never targets civilians or children, unlike the other side of this conflict, Iran, who is well known for killing women and children and innocent people in their country for a very long time. So you should focus on that in your reporting. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Another World Cup question, much as it pains me. President Trump had some harsh words for Spain at the NATO summit last week about their spending. Does that mean he's going to be supporting Argentina Sunday?
Danny, it is a really good question, and I'm disappointed in myself for not asking the president before I came out here, knowing you would probably ask. I haven't talked to him about it, but we'll get you an answer on that. You're welcome to ask him yourself at some point before the game. I'm sure you'll see him, and I'm sure he'll have a fun answer for you on it. Sure, in the middle. Go ahead. Sure, Jasmine, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Back on the teleprompter issue, Notice reported earlier this year that Kalshi was inaccessible on the Wi-Fi that journalists here at the White House have access to. Are staffers back in the West Wing and other parts of the EOB, et cetera, do they have access to Kalshi and Polymarket on their Wi-Fi?
On our work computers? Yeah. Honestly, I've never tried, so I don't know. But I'm happy to go try and get you an answer on that.
Another question, Caroline.
In the back, Reagan. Sure.
I just wonder,
Jasmine, go ahead, and then Reagan, go.
Are there any other White House staffers or people within the administration who are suspected of also placing bets on Kalshi or Polymarket or other things with some of this privileged information?
Not to my knowledge. Not that I've been made aware of. And as you saw, I think this played out exactly how it should. Kalshi notified the CFTC of suspicious activity. They investigated that, identified the individual, and he will now no longer be working at the White House. So I think that answers all the questions on this matter. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on the Save America Act and Senator Graham, and then a quick question on Iran.
Sure.
Trump said in one of his final conversations with the late Senator Graham that he was talking about the Save America Act and that he felt like they were in a great position with it. Do you anticipate that the Senate is going to be more aggressive to push the Save America Act in light of the fact that it was so important to Senator Graham so close to his death?
Sure. Well, since I haven't had the opportunity, let me just express my sincere condolences to Senator Graham's staff and his family. He was beloved by so many here at the White House, especially the president, and I know that the news of his sudden passing was just tragic to all of us, especially the president, who considered him a dear friend. The Save America Act, as I said, Reagan, is of vital importance to this president, and he wants to see it move forward. I understand that Capitol Hill and Speaker Johnson are moving forward with attaching as many elements of the Save America Act as possible to the budget reconciliation 3.0. Here we go. The president is supportive of that process, and he hopes that Republicans will vote for this important piece of legislation. The budget reconciliation bill not only will address the Save America Act, but also ensure important aid for our farmers and our war fighters, which the president supports as well. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thank you.
On the Kalshi situation, I have just a few questions on that.
Sure.
This individual has been accused of making trades around the president's speeches for months. I mean, this has been going on since at least earlier this year, maybe even before that. Did the White House counsel have any awareness that this was going on with this individual? And if not,
no.
So if no, then why not? Is there any sort of plan in place to try to figure this out, to see if anyone else is doing this, or to track future people from, see if they're making these types of bets in the White House? Any discussions around that?
Look, there are very strict ethical guidelines here at the White House that explicitly state not to do this, and the White House counsel's office makes that clear to all of us who sign up to work in government on behalf of the president. So I think there has been a plan in place. This individual unfortunately violated the plan, and therefore he's paying the consequences for it. I don't know why there's further questions
just want to follow up on this, but then doesn't that leave open the possibility, even though there are the rules, I mean, there's no disputing there are strict rules on this, but if there are no mechanisms in place, and then I'm not saying that there should and should not be, but if there are none in place to try to track this happening inside the White House and inside the executive branch of the government, doesn't that leave open a possibility for this to keep happening or happening again, and these result people making bets like this inside the administration?
Again, there are very strict ethical requirements required by all staffers and officials here at the White House, and if they are violated, people will pay consequences for that, as you're seeing with this case. Libby.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thank you.
I have a question about Senator McConnell, but first on Iran. President Trump has now greenlit strikes on Iran for nearly every day this week. Does the White House describe negotiations more at a standstill or essentially completely over?
Well, I've spoken with the president about this as recently as an hour ago. Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of our United States military. The reason, and this is important for the American people to understand, the reason for the recent strikes over the course of the last several days is because Iran violated the Memorandum of Understanding that we struck with them. Specifically, in the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to do that. And President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
Talk to him about this within the last hour. I mean, does he essentially seem fed up with these negotiations? And can you explain why the American people should think that a deal with Iran would even be worthwhile at this point, given the fact that they broke it already?
Well, look at how bad they are behaving. It just proves the president's initial point for launching Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. That's why he launched Operation Epic Fury. They have suffered devastating blows to their military and their economy as a result. The president is always open and willing to diplomacy. He is the peace through strength president after all. After Operation Epic Fury, the conclusion of it, we did move forward into a diplomatic phase, if you will, but unfortunately Iran has since violated that. They have expressed they still want to make a deal to the president. We're talking to them, but again, the president is not going to allow them to fire on ships in the Strait without paying a consequence for that. And I think just one more point, I think throughout this entire endeavor, the president has proved not just to Iran, but to the entire world that we can hit Iran anytime, anywhere, any place, and their ability to defend themselves has been essentially wiped out because of this president and Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Sure. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
2 questions for you. If I can read 2 comments, one made by President Trump and one made by the Vice President on Iran. President Trump recently said, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. There's something wrong with them. They are cuckoo. They are scum, sick people, vicious, violent people. And then Vice President Vance went on Joe Rogan last night and he said, I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who say you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. So your response to these contradictions, because I think you can understand how that's confusing for Americans with this mixed messaging. And then second question for you, at least 6 Americans are still detained in Iran. Will President Trump make this conditional, a point of condition in continuing these conversations with the country as well as political prisoners and also people that are still being executed in Iran to this day?
Sure. To your second question, I'll never create a red line or a condition on behalf of the president without his blessing. I haven't heard him say that, but obviously ensuring the return of Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage all over this world remains a priority for him, and he has done so in a tremendous way over the course of the last year and a half. Americans from all over the world have returned home thanks to this president and the efforts of his national security team. To your first question about the comments between the president and the vice president, respectfully, I do think you're taking comments from different times throughout this conflict and kind of asking me if these are contradictory of each other. I can tell you the president and vice president are on the exact same page about where we are right now in this conflict. And the fact that you do see elements of what's remaining in the Iranian regime that are more willing to make a deal and then other elements who are not so maybe willing to make a deal shows that Operation Operation Epic Fury was incredibly effective because we neutered their ability to communicate with one another, and they are a fragmented system. They are not the once very strong, powerful terrorist state that they were before this operation, which was one of the ultimate goals. So we'll continue to work through the process, and as I said, the president will hold them accountable when they turn their back on the words that they state to the United States, but he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Thank you, Caroline. Sure. Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says is tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well, he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin, you know that. Rachel.
By evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Just a point of clarification really quick. On the staffer who is accused of profiting off of the president's speeches, you said he'll no longer be working here. Is he on administrative leave, or is he going to be fired after that's over?
He's on unpaid administrative leave right now.
Okay. And just to follow up on the president's speech tonight, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans over on Capitol Hill. They have said that focusing on the economy is the right way to go ahead of the midterm elections. They believe that's what voters care most about. What does the president say to Republicans who think that focusing on the 2020 election, election integrity, all of these issues right now is not the right approach so close to the election?
Well, again, you guys have not heard the speech yet, so I would digress with the criticism until you actually hear what the president is going to say and what he's going to say when he addresses the American public. I would also add again that the administration, and especially this president, are able to walk and chew gum at the same time and tackle a number of issues on a number of different subjects every single day. We see that president do that, working around the clock on foreign policy, on domestic policy, all of the time. You all report on it, you have to keep up with it, so I think you can agree with me on that point. And I would also add the president will continue to be traveling all around the country to talk about the economy. We were just in Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago touring a Mack truck facility, which has been greatly strengthened and enriched because of this president's economic policies over the last year and a half, and he loves doing that, and he will continue to do so. Jennifer, go ahead.
We have seen with the increased community strikes a real decrease in traffic through commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the U.S. doing right now to facilitate flows through the Strait of Hormuz and preemptively address the risk that Houthis will actually choke off the Red Sea oil route and that prices will increase further before November?
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening in the Strait right now. We know that there is a blockade of ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So look, the Strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is approximately $80 a barrel, maybe a little less. Before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price of oil that so many warned about. And that's in large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic production here, but also the administration has taken many swift actions to mitigate these temporary disruptions. As you know, we've released oil through our SPR, the Jones Act waiver, which has been incredibly effective, fuel environmental waivers. We also, the president signed the Defense Production Act to restart California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down, stay stable for the American people and the American consumer until the end of this conflict. And ultimately, I think Americans should keep in mind why we're doing this in the first place, to ensure that Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha. Dasha, go ahead.
Caroline, nice to see you back.
You too.
Two questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of his speech? Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions.
Caroline,
go ahead.
Immigration. Caroline, sorry, I just wanted to add the immigration question real quick.
Sure,
Caroline,
go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras, which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So we expect to fully execute on the promise of body cams to all field offices across the country very soon. Karen.
Caroline, on the parasite outbreak related to produce, can you give an update on the administration's response to this? Are there federal officials on the ground in the hardest hit states right now doing any testing of production facilities or farms to try to figure out where this outbreak has started?
Sure. Well, what I can tell you, having been back at the White House for just a couple of short weeks, I've been in meetings on this very topic, and I can tell you the White House is closely monitoring the situation, has a handle on the situation. We're committed to providing the CDC and the FDA the resources that they need, and we urge all Americans to follow CDC guidance on properly washing and cooking raw ingredients to prevent this foodborne illness. As you know, there has been an unusually high number of cases. There are typically thousands of cases of this outbreak every year, but there has been an unusually higher number, and that's why we're working with the FDA and other partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase detection methods, provide the guidance, and then also, most importantly, trace the outbreak back to its original source, which we are currently in the process of doing.
Permanent leadership at the CDC and FDA and any funding cuts, has that slowed the response to figure out where this outbreak has started?
No, we've talked to the CDC and FDA specifically about that, and not at all. They have the resources they need to make sure that Americans are fully informed and protected from this illness during this time.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older sons with other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement, and when did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest. And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Sorry, just 1 second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes.
Caroline,
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you very
Carrie, I'll
much.
go to you after. Just
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Why don't we just...
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kurdi,
Starting in the back.
very welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday, Iran launched drone attack against U.S. facilities in Erbil, threatening American personnel and the Kurdistan region, one of the American closest partners in the Middle East. What is your message to those responsible? And are you staying with your loyal ally in the Middle East and at least helping them to defend itself?
Who launched the attacks? You're saying
Iran,
yes,
Kurdistan
of course.
region.
Well, I think I've addressed that previously in saying that Iran has unfortunately shown to violate the word that they struck with the President of the United States. They're paying consequences for that in the strikes that the President has authorized in the recent days.
Thank you, Caroline. You were with the President in Ankara for the NATO summit, and there Ukraine was one of
I was not, actually.
Oh, you were not? Okay, yeah. But the issue of Ukraine...
White House press briefing continuing right now inside the White House. If you want to keep watching that, you can do so on Live Now. And so we've got the QR code for you to continue to watch that right now. Let me give you a live look in Ruskin in Hillsborough County. Still an active scene, and we are awaiting a briefing from the Hillsborough County Sheriff giving an update on what happened here. So we will have an update for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. I believe just getting some mic checks right now, expecting this briefing to begin here any minute now. So we will have this live for you on Florida Live and check in with our reporter on the scene from Fox 13 Tampa Bay out covering this. Again, still a lot of questions about what happened in the lead up to this. We do know that 2 deputies were shot and are receiving care, that a suspect was also shot, was taken to the hospital in custody. So we will have an update coming up in a minute. Hey, Kylie, it's Garrett. Can you hear me? Hey, Kylie, Garrett Weimer. Can you hear me? Are you dialed in? She was definitely dialed in earlier because I saw it. Kylie, can you hear me? Check, check, check. Can we have anyone have a number for Kylie?
Live and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and we are giving you a live look right now in Ruskin at the site where any minute now we expect to hear from Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister giving an update about the officer-involved shooting, the deputy-involved shooting there in Ruskin, and we have learned that 2 deputies have been shot. They were flown to a hospital this afternoon after this shooting on West Shell Point Road. You see, we were just getting microphone checks just a minute ago. You see the podium set up there. We expect to hear from the Hillsborough County Sheriff at the giving an update on where things stand, because there are still a lot of questions right now. Obviously, you can see from this live picture still very much an active scene in that area. Crime scene tape up behind that sheriff's cruiser there. You can see in the background there still a number of flashing lights from first responders on the scene there. Again, this West Shell Point Road running off US 41 in Ruskin. And I've also got some photos I can show you here from just a little bit ago showing some of the scene. These are photos that Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister posted on social media just a little bit ago, showing a helicopter landing. We know that the 2 deputies had to be flown to the hospital. They were medevaced to that hospital, obviously showing the urgency of that response and making sure they get the care they need. We know they are currently receiving care at the hospital. There's video, you see someone being carried away on a stretcher as well on a gurney. The suspect in this was also shot, according to the Hillsborough County Sheriff, also taken to the hospital to be taken care of, receiving medical care. And so the Hillsborough County Sheriff asking for prayers on social media on a Facebook post a little bit ago. And we've also seen a reaction coming in from a number of state leaders as well talking about this. Byron Donalds saying on Twitter just a little bit ago, please join me in praying for these brave deputies, saying it's a stark reminder of the dangers that our law enforcement officers face as they work to keep us safe. So that's Congressman Byron Donalds, who is a Republican candidate for governor. We also saw a statement from Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, who said, let's pray for the deputies, their families, co-workers, and for swift justice for the evil offender. Also saying, I will be closely monitoring the situation. So you're seeing some of the photos there. We know the mobile command unit still on the scene out there. A number of investigators have been out there throughout the afternoon. And we are, just to transition here back to the live image here to give you a look at what is happening now. The crime scene obviously on the other side of this tape here, and we're waiting to hear from the Sheriff Chad Chronister, who's supposed to speak any minute now. So there is no threat, investigators are saying, to public safety. They believe that, as I said, that the suspect who was involved was also shot in this and taken to the hospital. So it would appear, based on that statement, that they don't believe anyone else may have been involved in this situation. Looks like we're getting another microphone check here right now, and so hopefully this briefing will begin any minute now. We've seen over the last little bit a little bit more activity there. That SUV that you see there pulled around behind where this news conference is going to begin. So what we know is the deputies were shot. The suspect was also shot. What we don't know right now are their conditions. So obviously we talked about the urgency of the situation. If those 2 deputies had to be flown to the hospital, we don't know their condition. We don't know how they're doing. All we've been told is that they are receiving medical care right now. We also do not know the identities of those deputies. Unclear if we will get any information on that. I know with the suspect also being shot, that may limit some of the information that comes out here of this news conference, because obviously that will also be under investigation. And I know many times when it comes to deputy-involved shootings where a suspect has been shot, that they will not initially release some of the information including the deputies who may have pulled the trigger in that. So that may limit some of what we find out here in the next little bit in this briefing that we expect any minute now from the Hillsborough County Sheriff. So we don't know the identity or the condition of the deputies. We also don't have any update on the suspects. So we don't know their condition other than they were taken to the hospital. We don't know the identity of the suspect. We don't know what brought deputies out there to begin with. Hopefully that is something that we will find out here shortly when this briefing does begin and when we get the chance to ask some questions of the Hillsborough County Sheriff as well. So we really don't know what brought deputies out there or what might have led up to the gunfire. We also don't know if there were any additional suspects that investigators were looking for. So still a lot of questions still yet to be answered, and we will hopefully have some new details coming up in just a little bit. But obviously, even with this limited information, the 2 deputies shot, continuing to see reaction pouring in from across the state and around the region here. So we will bring you the updates and the briefing from the Hillsborough County Sheriff as soon as this begins. Obviously, a situation that we are monitoring this afternoon, and we'll, of course, bring you those updates. So welcome into Florida Live, by the way. Garrett Weimer here. Obviously, that's the big story this afternoon that we are tracking and have been keeping an eye on for the last little bit here on our digital platforms of Fox Local. And so we'll have those updates. A number of other things we're also going to be tracking over the next little bit. We'll be checking in with our meteorologist, giving us an update on where things stand with a couple of disturbances being tracked in the tropics. And so we'll have some updates on that coming up in just a little bit. While we're waiting on this briefing to start, we are going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. We still have much more to come, including the latest on that deputy-involved shooting in Ruskin in Hillsborough County. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, continuing to track the situation in Ruskin and Hillsborough County, where we are waiting for Sheriff Chronister to give an update on the 2 Hillsborough County deputies who were shot. Expecting this briefing any minute now. We will get you to that live as soon as it begins. Right now, though, I want to get us a check of our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who is joining us live now. And Noah, still keeping an eye on a couple of disturbances in the tropics that have your attention.
Tropics and storms. Yesterday it was mostly dry. Today we've got some storms out there. So I'll start you with the storms, and then we'll hit up the tropics as we got a little bit of time to go through with the weather because it's going to be active over the next couple of days. So first I'll start you with what's outside right now. Yesterday we had very little rain. In fact, most places did not see rain yesterday. Today, different story. There will be a lot of rain out there today. Now, what's going on today is that we've got a flow from west to east. And when we have a west to east flow across Florida, that means the winds are going like that across the state. So everything is going to move from left to right on your screen or from west to east. So the storms by the evening commute are going to end up on the I-95 region here from Palm Coast through Brevard. So this would be like, let's say, 5 to 8 p.m. tonight. That's where the storms will be. So if you're going to be on I-95 between 5 and 8, that's where the storms will be by then. And you can see where they are now. They're currently right here, and they're going to work their way basically east over the next couple hours. So let me show you the loop of things here. This is a 30-minute loop, and you can see generally things are drifting east. Now, the intensity of this today is not going to be too much because we don't have a lot of instability today. You can see one little shower there up by rural inland Brevard County. A couple of sprinkles here going through Seminole. You can see here on the south end of Oviedo, a little bit of a shower right now. A little bit of a shower here going through Wekiva Springs off of Sand Lake Road. We've got that right now. Further to the north, you can see a little shower here by Deltona, also over towards the Berry. But further back to the west, there are some of these storms here over by Leesburg and Eustis. Only a couple of flashes of lightning. You see the top left there. There's only about 4 bolts in the last couple of minutes. So these are not too terribly strong out there. And the rain rates, save for the Leesburg area, are not too terribly high. I'll zoom you in and you can see right in the center of Leesburg, the rate of rain. It's about 6 or 7 inches per hour. So generally, the old rule of thumb is 4 inches per hour would be an inch of rain in 15 minutes. So at this rate, you get an inch of rain in 10 minutes or so, 9 to 12 minutes or so. So definitely these are healthy summer downpours right over the Leesburg area right now. In terms of wind, yeah, there's not much in here. I mean, I'll let you see some of the wind in here. Fruitland Park 12, Leesburg 6. So these storms right now, thankfully, are not too terribly severe, but again, they're going to move east over the next couple of days. So let me zoom you out and show you what's going on here, and we'll start to tie this into our tropical update. So let me turn off the towns and the labels. So here is the satellite loop. Now, I do want to make one random thought note here. If you use our or any weather app on your cell phone, NOAA and through the federal government, we've had a satellite outage the last couple of days, and weather satellites have been actually down until about 2 hours ago. It was getting a little bit hairy there. There was a brief moment it looked like they might have to decommission the main weather satellite, which would have been catastrophic for the rest of hurricane season. But it's back. So if you were looking, because I had a few emails about it, asking why the satellite was blank in the weather app, and we didn't actually show this the last few days on TV because the satellite was down. So the satellite is back. So we have the clouds back. There was just they actually lost contact with the weather satellite the last couple of days, but it's back now. But you can see there's some bigger storms on the western side of the state, Florida right now. But really, if you look where that tropical area of invest is right here, you don't really see much out there now, but that's where we're going to track over the next couple of days. So Garrett, some storms through the evening, but when I see it coming up tonight in the news, we'll talk much more about the chance of tropical development in the Gulf.
All right, Noah, thank you. We will see you then. I want to get you live right now to Hillsborough County. This is Sheriff Chad Chronister walking up to the podium to give us an update on the 2 deputies shot.
The hand of God was with our deputies here today. I don't believe I can underscore the severity of what occurred here today enough. Our suspect ambushed our deputies from the moment they arrived on scene. He was intent on taking the life of a deputy sheriff. The original victim in this case says last night that her ex-boyfriend arrives at her house, zip ties her legs, takes a sock, places it in her mouth, and places some tape over her mouth. Several times throughout the evening, as she gains consciousness and loses consciousness, he tells her, as he's holding her at gunpoint, that he's going to kill her. In the morning, she wakes up and she sees that she's unrestrained. She gets in her car. Let me back up. She sees that she's unrestrained. Her ex-boyfriend's still in the residence. She says, I have an appointment that I can't miss. I must be at. Fortunate for all of us, he allows her to leave the residence at this point. Make no mistake about it. She was a hostage. She was held captive all night long. She's able to leave in the morning, and she comes to our district office here in the south end of the county seeking an order of protection. After telling the deputy what occurred last night, he tells her, we have a lot more going on here. There's a lot of criminal acts that this suspect needs to be held accountable for. We have a much more of something larger than an order of protection. So at this time, deputies start doing what they're trained to do. They find out who our suspect is. They find out where he lives, what kind of car he drives. And as they're getting this information, they come here to Shell Point Road in Ruskin. And they now believe that our suspect's inside, and he's alone by himself, still believed to be armed. So at this point, there's no need to rush things. This is where innovation greatly assists law enforcement. One of our trained deputies that are trained in drone operations launches a drone. And now the drone is doing surveillance instead of our deputies having to be so nearby and so close to someone we know is violent, already proven that he's violent, and someone who's armed. At some point, as they're in the general vicinity, the drone deputy says, our bad guy is leaving the residence. Our bad guy is headed towards the parking lot. This parking lot now is occupied by some repair workers in this complex, and he's headed towards the car. Now our deputies, as they do each and every day, now they have to go towards danger. They're forced to face danger. They begin to move in as they identify, hey, this is our suspect, this is our bad guy, let's go take him into custody. As the first deputy arrives on scene, he pulls in by the vehicle, and the bad guy has opened now his van, opens up the side door of his van. What you can see from the body cam footage and the drone footage is that he now, our suspect, punches his hand through the car so he can get a better shot at this deputy sheriff, and he opens fire as the deputy sheriff immediately gets out of the car. The car door's not even closed, and he's faced with a barrage of gunfire. Several rounds striking the vehicle, and unfortunately a round shooting and striking him in the facial area. He immediately falls down. Almost simultaneously as the second deputy's arriving on scene, our suspect opens fire on him. He fires at our second deputy through the vehicle, is shooting now actively into the deputy's patrol car, striking him in the neck. He's never able to even get out of his car. The third deputy sheriff, who I can't commend enough for his heroic action, takes a tactical position from the rear. He gets out. As he's getting out, he sees our suspect firing on the second deputy. He opens fire, returns fire, striking the suspect multiple times. Our two deputy sheriffs were medevaced to Tampa General Hospital, where they're currently undergoing some of the best medical care they can receive in this county, if not in this state. The suspect was also transported to Tampa General Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased because he succumbed to his injuries here today. Our suspect is Chris Machowski. He's 34 years of age. He's a one-time convicted felon back in 2023 for a felony charge of tampering with physical evidence. Our three deputies. Our first deputy who arrived on scene is Deputy Moon. He was the one that was struck in the face. Our second deputy is Deputy Daniels. He was struck in the neck. Both of their families have been picked up by Sheriff's Office personnel and reunited with both of our deputies at Tampa General Hospital. Our third deputy is a very experienced deputy. He has 27 years of experience here, and that's Sergeant Harrison Bashner. Sergeant Bashner, job well done, sir. Because of the training that these deputies undergo, in the hot weather, in the rain, time after time, several times throughout the year, is why you saw something textbook play out. Now, you might say, but the deputies were injured. The deputies know the danger that they face when they go to this training, and they willingly accept this responsibility, knowing that whatever they do is to ensure that no one else was injured here today. Our suspect's reign of terror ended today because of the training, the bravery, and heroic actions of each of these deputies. I can't thank the responding deputies who responded then to the calls, the pleas for help, as they're in severe agony, not knowing how badly they're injured. Thank you to every single deputy who's on scene responded to this scene today. I also be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank the men and women of Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. Our deputies, no doubt, are alive and in better medical condition because of the care that they received under the guidance and medical supervision of Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. Thank you to each and every one of you. What questions can I attempt to answer at this point? Our suspect is a one-time convicted felon. In 2023, he was charged and convicted of a felony charge of tampering with physical evidence. And again, I'm going to release all the body cam footage that we can and the drone video. We're blurring out the deceased body. We're doing some, I don't want to make it too graphic, but I feel it's important, as I've always been as your sheriff, to be transparent. At the same time, I want you to see exactly the dangers that these deputies faced from the moment they arrived on scene. One of them not even able to get out of his vehicle.
Did your first deputy even have time to say anything to him? Did he say anything to your deputy?
No, that's what makes this. There was no dialogue. There was never any conversation. When you watch the drone video, watch the body cam footage, when he gets out of the vehicle, the door's not even shut yet, and he's faced with a barrage of gunfire. I did have a chance to meet with the deputies. Fortunate as fate would have it, I arrived on scene when both helicopters were landing, so I was able to run over to the fire rescue and be able to talk to the both deputies. As you can imagine, in severe agony from the injuries and the sensitivity of where these injuries occurred, but both of them speaking, both of them grateful to be alive.
Sheriff, this sounds like there's a documented history of possible domestic violence, but it sounds like the situation certainly might have been a case of that. I don't know if you can speak to that and what this victim/survivor did.
Yeah, we're not able to find any previous documented cases of domestic violence that are reported to us involving our suspect, but I commend the actions of this brave victim who said, I don't want this to happen to me. I'm in fear of my life, and I'm an ex-girlfriend, don't want it to happen to anyone else. So she took the time to come and report it to us.
What condition is the victim?
I'm sorry?
What condition is the girlfriend?
You could imagine she's shook up, she's distraught, but no severe injuries. Again, probably more mental anguish than any type of physical injuries. Thank you, everyone. We will provide that information and get you more updates as soon as we can. Thank you.
Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister giving an update to reporters on what we know about the shooting in Hillsborough County. You see him walking away there, flanked by a couple of other investigators. We know this is still an active scene, as you see there, and still likely will be for a while. We just learned in that news conference that the suspect in this has died, that the two suspects the two deputies who were shot, one of them hit in the face, one of them hit in the neck. They are still being taken care of at the hospital right now, but you heard the sheriff say the hand of God was with our deputies today. He described it as an ambush, said the suspect was intent on taking the life of a deputy out there on that scene in Ruskin today. The suspect has been identified as 34-year-old Chris Machowski, who they say was previously a convicted felon, faced a charge for tampering with physical evidence in another case a couple of years ago. And they say this all happened, this all started, the sheriff said, when the original The sheriff says this all started when the original victim was zip-tied, taped up, held hostage for the night. Before investigators say they were able to get out, ended up seeking a protective order. And so the investigators, the sheriff's office was doing some surveillance, some drone surveillance as well of this situation. Then they say they saw the suspect leaving the house, heading to an area, a parking lot with a couple of other where some repair workers were. And so the sheriff saying that was an example of deputies at that point going and putting themselves in potential danger because of in order to protect the public. And I want to show you just a couple of the photos that we have seen posted on social media from Chad Chronister showing this is the minivan. It's a red minivan that you see there, showing a window that is just blown out from bullets. Ostensibly, the sheriff saying there was a barrage of bullets, a barrage of gunfire that the suspect let off, that they fired. And one of the other images here, if we can kind of scroll through here and go to one of the other photos that we have, you will also see a couple of bullet holes in the police cruiser. Do we have those other photos? We've got a couple of other photos where you can see that's a little bit of a wider shot there where you kind of see what what happened in the proximity of those two vehicles. And then there's one more that's going to give you a closer look at the bullet holes there. Couple of bullet holes in the door there. So we know one of the deputies, again, hit in the face, another one hit in the neck, and then the sheriff saying a job well done to a third deputy on the scene as well. Sergeant Bastioner said a job well done again. So a suspect dead, two deputies in the hospital after a frightening and a scary situation in Ruskin this afternoon. And so joining us live now to talk about all of this, we've got Jamie Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator, joining us live now this afternoon. Jamie, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today. And Jamie, this was a scary situation. We heard the sheriff say, the hand of God was with the deputies today, calling it an ambush. And just one of those things that goes to show you the danger that the deputies can face and how quickly situations can change.
What law enforcement said, Garrett, thank God we had EMS and the fire service out there, angels that are protecting all of us on these emergency calls. And today, their training kicked in and saved the day for these deputies.
I'm curious, it's a scary situation. We heard them even talking about how they were using drone surveillance. So, something that, in theory helps keep deputies, safer. But then, as we said, once the suspect began to leave where they were watching, the deputies had to jump in. And the sheriff says that's just another example of deputies running toward the danger and doing what they can to make sure something like this wasn't worse for others.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen many agencies, to include the Orlando Police Department, going to the drone program. So, law enforcement, just like the bad guys, are getting ahead of the technology, Garrett, and utilizing it for calls just like this to try to keep the men and women in blue safe on these very dangerous calls. And Garrett, this once again goes to prove there is no call that's just a routine call. We've seen the aftermath of this call, but thank goodness for the drone, it was able to provide some surveillance and some intelligence. But, when the bad guy takes off, you have to move into the danger, as you said, and run into the danger to protect all of us every day. And that's what they do every day.
And I just want to get your thoughts as a former sheriff's, detective yourself on these images. I don't know if you saw them when I was showing them just a couple of minutes ago, but if we scroll through again, you can see, they described the barrage of gunfire. The minivan had windows, shot out there, and then you see where a couple of the bullet holes lodged into the the police cruiser. It just goes to show what a scary situation this might have been and how much worse this could have been as well.
Yeah, not to get political, but, we have to give the budgets to our law enforcement communities. Everyone's tightened their belts, Garrett, for the economy, but we cannot shortchange our men and women in blue. Training is a must. And Garrett, I've got to tell you, the barrage of gunfire that we just witnessed on those vehicles is just incredible. So that shows these men and women were under fire. And here's the deal. The sheriff said it himself. The training kicked in, and that's why we send our men and women to training quarterly. And thank goodness that training kicked in. Even under gunfire, they were able to secure that situation where no citizens were placed in harm or injured.
And this all,
that's a good thing.
Absolutely. And this all started, the sheriff said, with the suspect holding an ex-girlfriend hostage. Essentially, she was ended up trying to seek a protective order, but just also goes to show the prevalence of domestic violence and the danger that these cases and many times suspects in these cases pose, even greater, even beyond, whatever original situation there might be. It is often, it seems, like cases that end up, similar to this one, unfortunately, kind of start as domestic violence cases.
I've been on hundreds, if not thousands, of domestic calls during my career. And, it's probably one of the most emotional calls as a police officer that you can answer. You're getting there, two parties are already engaged in some type of discourse, fighting, argue. It even goes physical a lot of times. And in this case, we're hearing hostage, we're hearing domestic violence injunctions. So, as a responding deputy, certainly you're going to have your spidey senses up, Garrett, because all of the above are lining up that it could turn bad. And, there's no such thing, and I've said a couple of times, there's no such thing as a routine call. This, once again, proves that theory. Thank goodness for the woman for at least getting ahead and able to get herself secure so she wasn't harmed during this barrage of gunfire. And like I said, I've got to give credits to these deputies, the sheriff. We know the Hillsborough County Sheriff is very involved in training. It all kicked in today, and thank goodness everything lined up, and they ended up winning the day and winning this battle.
Yeah, and we our hearts certainly go out in prayers for those two deputies in the hospital right now. Former Sheriff's Detective and Investigator Jamie Copenhaver, always appreciate your perspective and your expertise, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you.
And we're going to get ready to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live as we continue to follow what has been a busy breaking news day. We're going to step aside, take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to get you to a news conference in Jacksonville where we are hearing from State CFO Blaise Ngolia talking about 1 year of a number of these audits that he has done all across the state, and really focusing on taxpayer money and how it's being used by local governments across the state. So I want to get you to this news conference just moments ago in Jacksonville.
And just know that all 4 of your past and current elected officials, they are real. They are not holograms. Just wanted to say that. I also want to thank Logan Bragdon from the James Madison Institute for being such a good partner with us. You know, the importance of having third-party independent think tanks, research organizations are very important in this initiative, because people across the state of Florida want to know that their elected officials are doing, as Mayor Curry would say, God's work. They want to make sure that they are doing the work on behalf of the people. So when we started this initiative, we said, you know what, over the past couple of years, especially the past 3 years, definitely the past 6 years, we have just seen an explosion in local governments. And at the same time, property taxes have been crushing families and crushing businesses. But at the very same time, you've had a lot of local government officials and politicians, candidates, elected officials complaining about affordability, never thinking once that they were part of the problem of affordability. So when we started going out and indexing a lot of the spending and comparing it to local growth, comparing it to inflation and population, you know, a lot of people said, like, that is such a foreign concept. It's not a foreign concept. It's something that's that your local think tanks and research organizations have been doing for decades. In fact, there was somebody came out the other day, somebody who worked for the Cato Institute started talking about New York's fiscal cliff. And it wasn't necessarily about what's going on with Mayor Mondami. It's going on that they're saying that they are growing way faster than inflation and population. And I sat there and I started laughing, because over the last year, you know, arguing with a lot of local governments, some in the media, that they thought that that wasn't a worthwhile metric. It is the worthwhile metric. That is the only way you can really tell if a government is growing out of control, is comparing it to wasteful and excessive spending, comparing it to inflation and population growth. So, which brings us partially to the reason why we are here today. 1 year ago, Governor Ron DeSantis appointed me. It has been an honor of my lifetime to be your CFO. And when I took that oath of office, I made a promise to the taxpayers. I made a promise to Floridians that I was going to be their unabashed advocate, tax advocate in Tallahassee, and to work alongside this governor to bring financial accountability back to government. Because again, government has grown by leaps and bounds over the last 6 years. Post-COVID, the expansion of local government has been, quite frankly, obnoxious. Almost every single local government here in the state of Florida has grown their general fund budget, the portion of the budget that is funded by your property taxes, has grown anywhere between 60 to 150%. So when people are talking about the pinch that they are feeling, trying to make ends meet, a big part of that affordability is the property taxes that you pay on your home. Over the last year, I've spent every single day pursuing that promise of bringing financial accountability back to government. I've been traveling the state, reviewing local governments, calling balls and strikes. I don't care if it's a Republican administration. I don't care if it's a Democrat administration. I'm going to index your spending to inflation and population, and I'm going to compare your spending compared to your other county spending, because I am not here. This is not a partisan exercise. I am here to protect the taxpayers. So we are calling balls and strikes and showing the taxpayers just how much of their hard-earned dollars are being wasted on government. Over the last year, and the reason why we are here today is we are running through all of the wins and the highlights that we have done over the last year, because I made these promises, and I want everyone to know, everyone listening to my voice, that these were just not empty promises. We said we were going to do this, and we're doing them, and we're going to continue doing them. So part of this here is that I was put in this position for a reason, and Here, I'm going to go through a bunch of things that will validate that reason. The reason why Governor DeSantis appointed me, because he knew I was going to be an unapologetic when it comes to bringing fiscal sanity back to the state of Florida and local governments. Over the last year, since I have launched the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight, or FAFO initiative, we have exposed more than $3.7 billion in wasteful and excessive spending of your property tax dollars in the state. Now, the bad news is that those reviews were only 22 reviews, and some of them were multiple reviews, like we had here in Jacksonville. We did 1 year, we came back and do another year. To double down on the bad news is that that is only $3.7 billion with 22.
This news conference continuing in Jacksonville, hearing from State CFO Blaise Ngolia. We'll get you right back to it on the other side of this break. Welcome back into Florida Live. Want to get you back to this news conference in Jacksonville, hearing from State CFO Blaise Ngolia, talking about government spending and the FAFO audits that he's been doing over the past year. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
And $2 million in 24-25, and another $470 million, almost $500 million in just 1 year in 25-26. City of Orlando, $22 million. Broward County, $189 million. Manatee County, $112 million. Deep Red Manatee County. City of Miami, $94. Nassau County, $53. Alachua County, $84. Seminole County, $48. City of Fort Pierce, $10 million. St. Pete, $49. Citrus County, $39. Flagler County, $59. St. Lucie County, $46. Osceola County, $165 million. Hillsborough County, $278 million. Now, I know the naysayers, the big government apologists, and some in the media like to say that this is just a partisan exercise. I would challenge anyone to look at these and say that this is a partisan exercise, because the last time I checked, there's a lot of red jurisdictions in here, a lot of blue jurisdictions, and a lot of purple jurisdictions. Again, we don't care about party, we care about people. Through this effort, we have given the taxpayers a breakdown of how much their local governments have ballooned over the last 5 or 6 years. Specifically, I'm going to just segue into the Mayor Curry administration. This, again, just goes to show you that holding government to inflation and population not only is the right thing to do, but it is absolutely attainable. Because every time when we go out and we tell local governments, hey, inflation and population is the metric by which you should be guiding yourself for fiscal prudence, they say there's no way we could possibly do that. Over the last 6 years here in Jacksonville, the last 3 years of the Curry administration, they were under inflation and population by, I want to say off the top of my head, it was like $60 million. Now, over the last 3 years under this administration, they have exploded past inflation and population. That's where you're getting those big numbers, 275 million this current year, 175 in 24-25. So when government says that they cannot fiscally constrain themselves to inflation and population, I'm sorry to say it, there is no other word to say it, they're lying to you, because they are doing it. In other jurisdictions where you had mayors or county commissioners complain about what we're doing, their same jurisdictions were under inflation and population. There is absolutely no excuse to take all this extra money and spend it. The only excuse is that they want to expand government and spend it on things that probably the taxpayers would not approve of. If you really want to make things more affordable, you hold your budgets to no more than inflation and population, because it can be done. Politicians can talk all day and all night about how they want to address affordability, but through our reviews, we are putting the real dollars on paper and arming the taxpayers with the information that they need in order to hold government accountable. To further this effort, I proposed legislation and worked with our legislature to get it passed in order to enhance local government budget transparency. House Bill 1329, which was passed and signed into law, is a vital step in ensuring that you, the taxpayers, have the ability to see exactly where your tax dollars are going, for better or for worse. And believe me, as somebody who goes through these budgets along with the teams, I will tell you that change is long overdue. House Bill 1329 clears the fog and the ambiguity. That's not in my notes. That was me. I screwed that up. So the comms people, you were fine. That was all me. That have cloaked local government's excessive and wasteful spending that has been occurring over years. By requiring all counties and municipalities to make their budgets easily accessible and available earlier and longer, the taxpayers can see for themselves just how much local government is growing, and they can see exactly where their tax dollars are being spent. We are now mandating that all government put 5 years worth of budgets on their website that could be easily viewed and easily downloaded. Why is this important? Because me, the CFO, and our office, we have the authority to go in and not only ask for this information, but subpoena the information if we don't get the information. I will tell you that getting some basic budget information out of some of these local officials have been like pulling teeth. They only put 1 year up on there, maybe 2 years. We want 5 years. It takes weeks to get the information. We have not gotten to the point where we actually had to subpoena somebody. We would if we have to, but it got me starting to think, well, if it's hard for the CFO's office to get this information, what about the regular taxpayer? What about the person sitting behind their desk who just wants to find out what their local government is doing with their money? It's hard for them to get the information. So this will make it much easier, and make it easier. You have something to compare it to. You'll have the information at your fingertips. You can find out what the budget 5 years ago and what the budget is today, and start determining for yourself if the budget growth in your county or if your city is outpacing inflation and population. All the information will be there now, and it wasn't there before. Additionally, they will have to publish employee salary information, just like the state does, and that we require to publish.
State CFO Blaise Ngolia outlining some of the changes, some of the things that have happened over the past year, some of the things that his office has found as they've done a number of audits of local government spending over the past 12 months. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. Get you to an interesting NASA news conference and discussion coming up on the other side of this break. So keep it right here. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday. SpaceX set to launch a Starship tonight from Texas, another test launch. We had a conversation earlier today with one of our space experts about what they're hoping to learn from that and what it means for us here in Florida. You can find that on Fox Local and on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. NASA right now holding a behind-the-scenes discussion, giving us a look behind the curtain at the upcoming Dragonfly mission, though. This is one that's going to investigate Saturn's moon, Titan. It's set to launch July of 2028, and it is going to take about 6 years until it gets to that moon of Saturn's. And so Zibby Turtle is the Dragonfly principal investigator, and she sat down with NASA this afternoon to talk a little bit about why Titan is so interesting.
And the landscape is actually surprisingly Earth-like, with lakes and rivers and seas of liquid methane, and even sand dunes of organic sand.
Wow. So, you know, can you tell me, what are you excited to explore on this moon?
The Titan has it's the only other place in the solar system that has complex organic or carbon-rich molecules, the same degree of complexity that we have here on Earth. And so it actually gives us an opportunity to kind of go back in time. By studying the chemistry on Titan, we can actually get insight into the kinds of chemistry that would have occurred here on Earth before biology, or what we call prebiotic chemistry.
Wow, I mean, it is so exciting to think that we might one day explore this world, you know, with Dragonfly taking shape.
Yes, and with the dense atmosphere and then the lower gravity on Titan, it's actually physically easier to fly on Titan than it is here on Earth. A person could put wings on and soar over the surface of Titan. And so Dragonfly is a rotorcraft, or technically an octocopter, that will be able to fly from place to place, carrying a scientific payload to explore different landing sites on Titan.
Oh my goodness, cannot wait to hear more about this mission throughout this show. Now, it's a good reminder that during the show, you will get to not only learn more about Dragonfly's mission, you'll see the spacecraft coming together, hear from the engineers building it, and get your questions answered along the way. To submit a question to be answered on air, you can drop it into the comments wherever you're watching. Now, Zibby, as we've been seeing, we've got some gorgeous views of Dragonfly coming together in the clean room behind us. Can you quickly share, where is the mission in its development right now?
Yes, Dragonfly is in integration and test, or what we tend to shorten to INT. And this is the stage where the team here at APL and at our partner institutions across the country and around the world are building the actual hardware that will take us from Earth to Titan, and that will literally fly once we've landed on Titan.
So, I mean, you're talking about teams here, around the country, around the world. It sounds like a lot of moving parts. Like, what does it take to actually bring a mission like this together?
Yeah, spacecraft missions take a large team of people working together, communicating effectively from different institutions to be able to, work toward a common goal. And Dragonfly has an outstanding team of very dedicated people who are working every day on each of the individual tasks that step by step will bring Dragonfly to reality and to the point where we're exploring Titan. And it's thrilling to be able to see the hardware literally coming together as we speak here in the clean room.
Yes. Oh, Zibby, thank you so much for being with us today, and good luck on the rest of
Just a part of the discussion about everything that is still ahead for that Dragonfly mission that is set to launch in July of 2028. And again, it's going to take a while, about 6 years, a 6-year journey from Earth, from when it takes off to reach the moon of Saturn, Titan, that it's going to be investigating. But going to be really cool to see what all they are able to learn from that. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. We are just about out of time in this 2 o'clock hour. If you're joining us on TV, we appreciate it. If you are watching on Fox Local, though, don't go anywhere. Our live streaming news coverage continues coming up in just a minute. It has been a busy Thursday, and we still have much more ground to cover. So keep it right here on Florida Live, and we will be right back with more. And as we wrap up here, let me see if I can give you a live look at downtown Orlando is what I'm looking for, if I can find it. Here you go. Here's a live look at downtown Orlando. Have a great afternoon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, giving you a live look right now, Bayfront Park, downtown Miami, the Kaseya Center in the background there. I know we talked earlier about Giannis being introduced as the newest member of the Miami Heat. That is getting ready to happen. Unfortunately, we have been informed by the Miami Heat we are not allowed to carry that press conference live. So if you want to watch it, you can find it on their streaming platforms on YouTube, and we'll have some coverage coming up later. But unfortunately, we cannot bring that news conference to you live this afternoon. Well, let me give you a live look though at the Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic, where this week we learned the longtime voice of the Magic, David Steele, is retiring, and he joined me live in the Fox 35 News Plus studio earlier today to share some stories about his 37-year career.
You know, I had heard that you'll know when it's time, just what you just said. And for the last couple of years, I've been thinking about it. I hit 70 3 years ago almost, and you know, I think that might be a benchmark that has a lot of people thinking about whether they want to keep going, how much farther you want to keep going, etc. The Magic graciously allowed me to pull out of the road a little bit. I cut back on road games in the last several years, which I think maybe helped prolong the situation. But near the end of this season, I felt pretty strongly that the time was right to put down that Magic microphone and you know, and enjoy life a little bit while I can, and me and my family.
What has the reception been like to your announcement? I imagine you've had an outpouring.
Goodness. Unbelievable, and I didn't see it coming. I just did not. It caught me by surprise. I've been describing it. I've been drinking water out of a fire hose for the last couple of days, trying to keep up with all of the comments, the texts, the phone calls, the emails. It's been gratifying. It's been overwhelming. It's just really amazing and very heartwarming.
I would imagine it's also a time too that you do some reflection of your own on the past 3.5 decades.
Yeah. True. It's true, because you work, you're kind of just getting started, but you'll work for many years, and you just kind of keep your head down and do the best job that you know how to do it. And then you look up at one point and it's time to say goodbye, and then you start really thinking about what you've been doing for the last, not just 37 years, but I had a career before that, 51 years actually in work. I graduated from college in 1975. My wife and I, we got married our senior year. We're high school sweethearts. Got married our senior year in college. Graduated from the University of Georgia on a Friday, and on Monday after that, I was on the air in Panama City on the ABC affiliate, doing sports and news, weather. I did one weathercast, but did that for a few years, and then Asheville, North Carolina, local sports, Western Carolina play-by-play, the University of Florida Gators for 7 seasons, and then the Magic called, and 37 years. Here we are.
When you first started with the Magic, did you ever envision a 37-year career and being that iconic voice of that team?
I never looked at it that way. I don't think I really thought about my job in those terms at any point. I was open to, you know, if somebody came along with a golden offer somewhere nationally or some, you know, huge market, that I would listen, but it really never happened. I had opportunities, but nothing that was attractive enough to leave. So I'm kind of a, you know, I like stability. I like the idea of working with good people. When you find a place to work that you really like the people you work with and you respect the ownership and the leadership, then you're in a good spot. And I feel like I've had that for really my entire career, especially with the Magic.
You touched on being the voice of the Florida Gators for a while, and your start in local TV as well. Talk to me about how you and when you knew you wanted to enter the business and try this and do this for a living. Was it something you knew since you were a kid, or kind of when did that come along?
No, it's interesting, I guess. Some might find it interesting, some might not. But I was just a kid that played all the sports. I was pretty good. I played a little basketball in high school, baseball in high school, college baseball. I got a scholarship to a small school in Tennessee. And I realized my sophomore year in college that the major leagues were not in my future. I batted my weight, which at the time was 155. And a weak hitting, a good fielding shortstop was, you know, the major leagues were not in my future. So that's really when I started thinking, what could I do? And I thought about sports writing. I thought about maybe advertising, something creative. And I just walked into the campus radio station at the University of Georgia and asked if they had anything that I could do. And they made me the sports director. Nobody really cared about the sports director at a campus radio station in the 1970s. So, you know, they had all their music and all that stuff. So I was the sports director on the campus radio station. And that's how I got started. I did some play-by-play with the baseball team, you know, setting up all the equipment and doing the play-by-play, the junior varsity basketball team back then at the University of Georgia. And the first time I did play-by-play, I felt like this is something I can really do. I felt like I had a knack for it, and it might be because I grew up listening to great radio play-by-play announcers with a transistor radio under my pillow going to bed at night. And that's probably what soaked into my brain. And when I had a chance to start doing it, it just kind of fell into place for me, and things moved on from there.
So you had some role models.
Oh yeah,
some idols there.
Sure. My dad was a University of Kentucky graduate, and
so am I.
Yeah. Go Big Blue.
Go Big Blue.
So my mother and father were both from Kentucky, southeastern Kentucky, and the play-by-play announcer when I was a kid for the Wildcats was Kaywood Ledford, and I lived in Knoxville. This is kind of crazy, but we were all over the SEC a little bit when I grew up. But I lived in Knoxville, so I also, you know, was a Tennessee fan, and John Ward was their play-by-play guy. And those two men were really at the top of the profession when radio play-by-play was a big deal, because games weren't on TV all the time. So I would go to bed at night with that little transistor radio under my pillow, listening to those guys, and KMOX, the Clear Channel 50,000 watt stations in St. Louis and in New York and Chicago, and listen to those play-by-play guys. So that's that's where I grew to love, especially radio play-by-play, which is, it's just a lot of fun to do.
What are you going to miss the most about being the voice of the Magic?
Well, the games, obviously. I wouldn't say that's the most, though, because it's more about the people that I've met and become friends with and have great relationships with in the organization, outside the organization, and around the NBA with other teams. Just so many people have come across my path, and I've got great friends, especially within the Magic organization. I think it's the people, just the time that you spend talking to people and coaches, players before and after games, referees, getting to know them and about their families. 37 years, and if you communicate with people, you get to know a lot of different folks, and so even people in the you know, the security folks, the people that check your bags when you come in, that have been doing it for almost as long probably, or some as long as I did the game. So I'll miss those people. I'll miss, you know, the relationships, and hopefully a lot of that will continue.
Do you have a favorite moment that you experienced behind the microphone?
I do, and it's been played a few times here in the last few days. It was I was doing radio at the time, not television, and so I was able, as the radio announcer, to do the NBA Finals in 1995. TV, you get cut out of the playoffs late in the playoffs, so doing television in 2009, I didn't do the NBA Finals in Los Angeles against the Lakers. But in 95, I was able to broadcast, because on radio, of all the NBA playoff games. And game one against Chicago, Michael Jordan had just come back from his hiatus playing baseball, and the national media was, you know, convinced that the Bulls were unbeatable with Jordan, which, you know, no reason to believe that was not the case. The Magic, we had a young team. Shaq and Penny were, I believe, 23 and 22, maybe a year older than that, but I don't think anybody expected Orlando to beat Chicago. And Chicago was going to win game one. They had the lead, they had the ball, and Nick Anderson made a deflection from Michael Jordan, and the Magic picked it up, long pass down. Horace Grant dunks the ball with 6 seconds left, and Orlando steals game one, goes on to win that series. I don't think they'd have won that series if not for winning game one, because, you know, the psychological effect probably would have been overwhelming. But that was a great play and an incredible situation. The crowd was just, you know, berserk, and I felt like I had you know, a good call on it too. So when I hear it, you know, that it was just a great moment.
I've seen a lot of changes in 37 years. The game has changed a lot. The technology has changed a lot. What stands out to you as, you know, some of the biggest changes over your career that you went through?
Yeah, you just said a mouthful there. I mean, it's basically in every way. The NBA, professional sports, I mean, the world, everything has changed with media, internet, streaming channels, 24/7 almost. Yeah, everything has changed. I would say just the size of it all. The Magic staff in 1989 may have been 20 total, including basketball staff, coaches, you know, just a head coach and one assistant coach and a video guy and one trainer. I mean, you know, there was a sales guy, there was an accounting guy. There were not departments, there were people that handled those roles. Now, all around the NBA and all around pro sports, you have just hordes of people that are employed by these pro sports teams, because the money has come pouring in with television rights fees continuing to rise. So it's just a whole different world. It was like a mom and pop league in operation in 1989, and now it's big time corporate sports and business.
Well, what a fun conversation. What an honor talking to David Steele just a little bit ago. You can find that full conversation on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page and on the Fox Local app. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, give you a live look at the White House, where about 6 hours from now, a little less than that, we're expecting to hear from President Trump, who's going to be making a prime time address to the nation, talking about election integrity, election security. There were a lot of questions for the White House press secretary today about what that speech might entail. She said repeatedly, urging everyone to tune in and watch it and hear what the president has to say. So we will see. We'll have that live for you here, and we'll also have additional coverage tonight on Fox 35 News, and then tomorrow as well on Fox 35, and of course right here on Fox Local. Let me also give you a live look at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., where Florida House Speaker Daniel Perez faced hearings today on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, faced some questions as he seeks confirmation for the position of ambassador to the country of Brazil. He was nominated by President Trump for that position. I want to play for you some of that hearing earlier today. We got a few bits and pieces of it throughout the day. I want to play for you as we hear his introduction, some opening remarks, and some questions as well.
Daniel Anthony Perez, a very good friend of mine, a resident of our great state of Florida, and President Trump's nominee to be the U.S. ambassador to the Federal Republic of Brazil. Danny, his beautiful wife, Stephanie, and their young children are residents of here. Nice to see you. Residents of Miami-Dade County, one of Florida's most vibrant regions, an international melting pot, our nation's gateway to South America. Like many in Miami-Dade, Danny is an American citizen of Cuban descent. He graduated from Christopher Columbus High School, a highly regarded all-boys Catholic school. He earned his bachelor's degree from Florida State University and his law degree from Loyola University New Orleans College of Law. In 2017, Danny won a special election to fill a vacant seat in the Florida legislature. For the last 2 years, he's had the opportunity to be the Florida Speaker of the House. He served a consequential term as Speaker. I have never seen a Florida House Speaker build deeper relationships with his members or do more to empower the people he leads. The unwavering loyalty of his House members is a testament to Speaker Perez's integrity and character. Danny has been passionate about several issues over the years, ranging from higher education to helping the developmentally disabled. But I've been most impressed with how Danny has changed the fiscal conversation in Tallahassee. In the year since my time as governor ended, the budget of the state of Florida has grown at an alarming rate. Danny was the first major leader in Tallahassee to say enough is enough and insist on fiscal discipline. I've known Danny for many years. Danny is committed to doing a good job in everything he does. Let me close by sharing the man I come to know. Danny listens when people talk. He is always excited to meet new people and learn new things. He never allows himself to be outworked, and he strives every day to do right for his family, for his community, and for his state. Brazil is an incredibly important and strategic nation, economically and geographically, and I know Danny will do a great job and go above and beyond to make everyone on this committee in this country proud of his service as a U.S. ambassador. I fully encourage all my colleagues to favorably report him.
Chairman McCormick, Ranking Member Rosen, and distinguished members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. It is an honor to appear before you today, and I am grateful for your time and your service to this nation. I am deeply honored that President Trump has nominated me to serve as the United States Ambassador to the Federative Republic of Brazil, and I thank Secretary Rubio for his confidence and his friendship. Senator Scott, thank you for your generous introduction and your dedication to Florida and to this country. It is a constant source of inspiration. To my wife, my 3 children, and my parents that sit behind me, thank you for your continued support. Brazil is not simply our largest trading partner in South America. It is a country of continental scale, extraordinary natural wealth, and growing strategic consequence. One whose trajectory over the coming years will shape the security, prosperity, and influence of the entire Western Hemisphere. The stakes are high, and the opportunities are real. Brazil holds vast reserves of critical minerals essential to American economic strength and national security. It sits at the center of hemispheric trade, energy, and infrastructure, and it faces real security challenges, from transnational criminal organizations that fuel drug flows threatening American communities to the expanding footprint of outside powers competing for influence across the region. How the United States engages Brazil in the years ahead will matter enormously. I bring to this role a deep belief in the power of relationships. Growing up and serving in Miami-Dade, one of the most vibrant multicultural communities in the world, taught me how to listen, how to find common ground, and how to build trust across different cultures. As Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, I learned that clarity, integrity, and follow-through are the foundations of effective governance. I will bring those same principles to the embassy in Brasilia. My highest priorities, if confirmed, will be the protection of American citizens in Brazil, the advancement of our national interest in trade and investment, the disruption of narcotics, trafficking, and transnational crime, and the building of resilient partnerships that serve the American economy and the American worker. I will also support Brazil's democratic institutions and press for conditions that allow free and fair elections and freedom of expression, because a stable, democratic Brazil is a better partner for the United States. The opportunity, if confirmed, to represent the United States of America abroad is the privilege of a lifetime. I pledge to this committee that I will work tirelessly to advance our national interests, strengthen this critical partnership, and make our country proud. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Perez, what are some of your top priorities when you get this job, and what's success look like at the end of your time there?
Well, thank you, Senator, for that question, and thank you for the very kind introduction and your continued friendship. I would break them down into three different priorities. I would say first would be the security of the United States and all of the Americans that live inside of the United States, but it's not just those that live here in the mainland. I would say the employees that work and that serve this country in Brazil. It's my understanding we have a little over 1,000 employees that work within the American Embassy in Brazil, and their security is just as important to me as us here as we sit here today. Second would be diplomacy. I think there's a huge opportunity for us to increase diplomatic relationships with Brazil. We obviously have an election in Brazil that is upcoming here in the first week of October, and regardless of what that election shows, there's an opportunity for us to bridge that gap, and I believe I have the right skill set to be able to do that, assuming I get the opportunity to serve. And the last one would be trade. And we do have a trade surplus with Brazil, but nevertheless, and Senator Ricketts alluded to this earlier, there are some industries that have a significant gap. It's not just ethanol. I would say we have a problem in energy. Agriculture is a massive problem for us, specifically the beef trade between the United States and Brazil. And if confirmed, those are the three priorities that I will be focusing on as soon as I am able to hit the ground.
Thank you.
Let me ask one last question.
Facts are stubborn things.
Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez, do we have a trade surplus or a trade deficit with Brazil?
We have a trade surplus, sir.
A massive trade surplus, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So when President Trump imposed tariffs on Brazil, saying, I'm doing this Liberation Day tariff because nations are ripping us off, we sell a lot more to Brazil than they sell to us. Yesterday, we put a 25% tariff on Brazil, and they say they're going to reciprocate against us. If they reciprocate at 25%, who loses more, the U.S. or Brazil?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Obviously, this is a new tariff that was implemented yesterday at some point overnight while I was asleep.
Yeah.
I did read the articles this morning.
And you've had nothing to do with it.
And USTR has made their decisions. I will learn more about it over the next several weeks.
Okay, well, let me just, I'm just going to say mathematically. Okay. If we have a trade surplus with Brazil, that means we're selling more to them than they're selling to us. If we put a 25% tariff on them, and then they put an equal tariff on us, it's the United States that has the most to lose. So we'll not only see inflation go up on products coming from Brazil, but the tariff put on U.S. manufacturers because we sell more to Brazil than others is going to hurt our own businesses more than Brazil's businesses will be hurt. I yield back.
That was the Senate Foreign Relations Committee questioning Daniel Perez in that hearing earlier today, and we'll continue to monitor that. It has ended, but there will be more to come on that in the future once they pull that up for consideration, and we'll see whether they advance that nomination or not. We also heard today, we just have a few more minutes with you here, but a couple of minutes to get into the U.S. Senate race here in Florida, where Alex Vindman is challenging Senator Ashley Moody. Now, last week we heard from Ashley Moody live on Fox 35 News Plus. This week, Alex Vindman, the Democratic candidate in that race, held a virtual news conference today talking about the state of the race in his opinion.
Well, let me first sing some praises. I've got an awesome comms team led by Albert here, and Blakely Wall, our campaign manager, is a real rock star, coming off of a track record of awesome upset wins in other races. So they'll take it forward from here. But I want to say give you our theory of victory and start with a good morning. I think it's safe to say that Republicans woke up this morning with a bit of a panic. There's no denying that the Florida Senate race is in play, and this campaign is building momentum. This quarter, Ashley Moody raised $3.6 million. Our campaign more than doubled that, almost 2.5 times actually. We brought in $8.5 million this quarter. In just 5 months, we kicked off this campaign in January, if you recall. We raised about 17 million, just under 17 million, and millions more than Moody raised in 18 months of since occupying that Senate seat. This is a stark contrast in fundraising that provides clarity that we have real grassroots support and enthusiasm behind this race. Our campaign has energized not just Democrats, but united independents and Republicans. Let's be clear, this is maybe my greatest point of pride. We've gotten some 425,000 contributions, averaging less than $40. Out of my tens of thousands of Florida donors, 20% of my support comes from outside the Democratic Party, 13% from registered from MPAs, and 7% from registered Republicans. That's pretty darn awesome, and it validates what I'm seeing when I travel the state, from ruby red to deep blue areas, going to places like the Villages, connecting with folks that have that see the world from a different lens. This is proof that my Florida First agenda of lowering costs and crushing corruption is resonating. Maybe a couple of minutes just on my biography. I think that's particularly strong and resonates also. My family came here as refugees, fleeing communism in 1979, distinctly working class roots. My dad and us 3 boys shared a 1-bedroom apartment while he hauled furniture before he landed a union job. My military career, I think, is a strong testament to my accomplishments. Airborne Ranger.
Alex Vindman talking about some of his background there. We are out of time right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team for Fox 35 weather.